Chapter 88. After seeing the blood-colored crescent moon mark, Yikong finally believed that Yi Qiu was telling the truth. It seemed that his son was indeed the reincarnation of Eldritch. "What do you think, Mr. Yi?" the Umbrella Man said. "I didn't lie to you, did I?" Yikong looked at the Umbrella Man, then looked down at the baby who was still smiling at him. He said, "Although this child is the reincarnation of Eldritch, he was born in the Yi family, so he's our flesh and blood." "Of course," the Umbrella Man said. The umbrella holder said, "Today, I am here to fulfill my third brother's wish. After this wish is fulfilled, the rest is up to your Yi family. Mr. Yi, you can rest assured." Yikong nodded after hearing this. "After the seal, will it affect this child? My third brother has evil energy in him, and he was forced to self-destruct, so his resentment was even stronger," the Umbrella Man said. "My third brother knows his own limits, so he taught me how to seal him to prevent the evil energy from attacking his heart. As for the effect, I'll seal his mud pill palace first, then seal his evil energy. These two seals will temporarily suppress his demonic nature." "Temporarily?" Yikong asked with a frown. "His evil energy is congenital," the Umbrella Man explained. "Although I can temporarily suppress it with these two seals, it doesn't solve the root cause. As he grows older and his cultivation improves, the power of these two seals will become weaker and weaker. However, before he turns 18, these two seals will never be broken. Mr. Yi, you can rest assured." "What about after he turns 18? Yikong asked with a frown. "That will depend on you, Mr. Yi," the Umbrella Man said. "Congenital deficiencies can be made up for later. As long as Mr. Yi teaches your son carefully before he turns 18, let him understand the rules of nature and what can and cannot be done. With your ability and the inheritance of the Yi family, you'll definitely be able to teach a successor with both integrity and talent. By then, his temperament will be set, and even if the seal is broken, it won't be a problem." "I see." Yikong looked at the baby in his arms, hesitated for a moment, and said, "Then I'll have to trouble you, sir." "Mr. Yi, you're too kind," the Umbrella Man said as he stood up. "Give me the child first." Yikong stood up with the baby in his arms, walked up to the Umbrella Man, and handed the child to him. "Third brother." The umbrella holder looked at the infant in his arms with clear eyes and said with emotion, "I didn't let you down and came to see you today. I know you feel wronged, but everything has its own cause and effect. Let the things of the previous life be in the past. In this life, you are on your own." After he finished speaking, the umbrella holder's eyes flashed with tears. The baby in his arms seemed to be able to understand what the person holding the umbrella was saying and slowly closed his eyes. The Umbrella Man calmed himself down, stretched out his left hand, and gently touched the forehead of the baby in his arms with his index and middle finger. In an instant, the spot where his finger touched the baby's forehead shone with a golden light. Love, hate, affection, and enmity are all ethereal. Let bygones be bygones. The Umbrella Man recited the incantation, and he couldn't hold back his tears any longer. "Third brother, take care." As soon as he finished speaking, the tip of his sword shone with a dazzling golden light, and the room was suddenly filled with golden light. After the golden light flashed, everything returned to normal. At this time, the Umbrella Man's face was covered in tears. This forget incantation would make his third brother forget about the past. Once he forgot about the past, he would forget about the hatred, and naturally, all his resentment would disappear. However, the brotherly love between him and his third brother would also disappear with this forget incantation. "Sir," Yikong saw the tears on his face and hurriedly asked, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." The Umbrella Man waved his hand and calmed himself down. "There's still one more seal." After saying that, he drew a talisman on the baby's forehead with his sword finger. Golden light flowed on his finger, and a golden talisman appeared on the baby's forehead out of thin air. The dazzling golden talisman slowly fell on the baby's forehead and then disappeared. "Mr. Yi, it's done," the Umbrella Man said as he handed the baby to Yikong. Yikong took the baby and saw that the baby in the swaddling clothes had already fallen asleep. He pursed his lips and looked very cute. I have one more thing to ask of you, Mr. Yi. The umbrella man picked up the thing wrapped in a green cloth on the table and handed it to Yikong. Yikong took it with one hand and felt that it was heavy and cold. He didn't know what was inside. Sir, this is... Yikong didn't know what was going on. This sword was third brother's favorite. It's called Frost Dragon, and it's an unparalleled divine weapon. The person holding the umbrella said, because this sword's power is extremely shocking, third brother didn't show it to others easily and kept it in his cave. When he found out that he was about to die, he sealed this sword and asked me to give it to him when he reincarnated. Now that third brother is Mr. Lin's son, I will give this sword to Mr. today. In the future, Mr. will pass this sword to your son. Frost Dragon. Yikong had never heard of this sword. That's right. This sword was forged by Taoang. It was forged with ice and meteorites that fell from the sky for 7 years. The Umbrella Man told Yikong. On the day this sword was forged, a white rainbow pierced the sun, and the cold light soared to the sky. After Taoang ascended, the whereabouts of this sword were unknown. Later, it appeared in Russia, and then Russia presented this item to the emperor at that time. Because the cold air of this sword was too strong, even if it was wrapped in a 3-layered sandalwood box with the fire curse engraved in it, it still couldn't completely seal the cold air. Later on, it was used as a sacred weapon to avoid heat. Later on, when the country was destroyed, this item was stolen during the chaos in the palace. By chance, it was found by Eldritch. Sir, when you pass it to your son in the future, you must never say that it's the Frost Dragon sword, to prevent cultivators from coming to steal it. You must remember this. The Umbrella Man reminded Yikong. Yikong looked at the bone-chilling green cloth package in his hand and nodded with a serious expression. After the Umbrella Man finished speaking, he waved his hand at the black umbrella that was hovering in the air. The black umbrella seemed to have a mind of its own and slowly fell into his hand. Mr. Yi, I hope you will not reveal what happened today, the Umbrella Man said. I will keep my mouth shut. Please rest assured, sir. Yikong saw that the Umbrella Man was about to leave, so he stood up and said, It's getting late, I should go. Mr. Yi, take care, the Umbrella Man said. I'll see you off, sir, Yikong said to the Umbrella Man. No need. The Umbrella Man waved his hand and said, Sir, please stay. If fate wills it, we will meet again. After he finished speaking, he put on the ghost face mask, turned around, pushed open the door, and left. Yikong was about to see the Umbrella Man off, but as soon as he stepped out of the door, the Umbrella Man disappeared. The Umbrella Man was so fast that Yikong was flabbergasted. However, what made him feel even more incredulous was that the blood moon in the sky had already lost its bloody color at some point in time. It was as bright and golden as before, as if nothing had happened. It seemed that after the child's evil aura was sealed, the weather had changed as well. Yikong lowered his head and looked at the sleeping baby in his arms, then looked at the cold dragon's sword wrapped in green cloth in his hand. He turned around and returned to the study to put the sword in the secret chamber. Then, he carried the baby back to the delivery room with complicated feelings. At this time, Yikong's wife had already woken up. The servant girl was feeding her water spoonful by spoonful. After Yikong entered the room, he ordered the servant girl to leave. Then, he placed the baby beside his wife and sat on the edge of the bed. Thank you for your hard work, Wani, Yikong said as he picked up the bowl and scooped a spoonful of water for his beloved wife. Yikong's wife smiled at Yikong. She drank the water while lovingly looking at the sleeping baby beside her. Look, this child looks so much like you. This little fellow's personality is even more like mine, Yikong said with a smile. He didn't even cry when he was born, and he actually smiled at me. Yikong didn't tell his wife what had just happened. Really, Wani said with a smile. I heard from Father that you also didn't cry or make a fuss when you were born. I didn't expect our child to be the same. I wonder if the child will smile when he wakes up and sees me. You are his mother. How can he not smile when he sees you? Yikong said with a smile. Have you given the child a name? Wani asked. Not yet, Yikong said. I plan to make a trip to Xiang Temple and ask Qing Chenzi to look at the child's birth characters. I'll listen to you. Wani got up and laid her head on Yi Kong's lap. She looked at the sleeping baby and said, "Today is the 15th day of the 8th lunar month, the night of mid-autumn. It's a beautiful day. This child will definitely be Buffon's person in the future." Yi Kong's heart shook when he heard that. Buffon's person? Eldritch Buffon. Chapter 89. After Yi Fan finished listening to Yi Kong's story, he couldn't calm down for a long time. He didn't think that so many things would happen the moment he was born. The Central Plains Yi family, the Frost Dragon Sword, the Blood Moon, the Heavenly Lightning, the Seal, all of these actually happened to him. He had never heard of these things before. Now that he knew all of this, Yi Fan was even more curious about what happened in his previous life. However, what made him even more shocked was that his mother didn't die in childbirth like his father said before. Mother was still alive. "Father," Yi Fan cried out in shock. "Mother, she didn't die." "You're right," Yi Kong said calmly. "Your mother really didn't die." Yi Kong's words made Yi Fan extremely shocked. He jumped in front of Yi Kong and asked, "Then where's Mother now?" "Your mother, she—" Yi Kong looked at Yi Fan's surprised face and was momentarily at a loss for words. "What happened to Mother?" Yi Fan asked. "Your mother, she—" Yi Kong paused for a long time before saying with a frown, "She left." "Left?" Yi Fan hurriedly asked. "Where did she go?" "I don't know either," Yi Kong replied with a shake of his head. "You don't know either?" Yi Fan became more and more confused as he listened. What happened? Your mother suddenly disappeared the day after you were weaned," Yi Kong recalled. "At that time, you were just 1 year old and weaned. That night, your mother drugged my tea. The next day, your mother disappeared, leaving only a letter with a few lines of words." "What did the letter say? Did it say where Mother went?" Yi Fan continued to ask. There were only a few lines of words in the letter. Yi Kong thought of this and couldn't help but feel a little melancholy. "I'm gone, don't miss me. Time is like an arrow. 25 years later, we will be reunited on the Mid-Autumn Festival. My beloved wife, Xiao Wani." 25 years later, during the Mid-Autumn Festival, Yi Fan couldn't hold back his excitement. "I'm 23 years old this year. Does that mean I'll be able to see my mother in 2 years? That's what the letter says." Yi Kong let out a long sigh. "I was too muddle-headed at that time. I didn't see through your mother's intentions. At that time, she made more than 10 sets of clothes for you in advance. She rushed to make all the clothes for you before you were 3. She even gestured to me that Fan Air should be this tall when he was 3. Yi Kong gestured with his hands as he spoke. Then his eyes became wet. "The night before your mother left, she personally cooked a table of food and drank wine. He said that he was in a good mood and wanted to have a few drinks with me. I didn't think much of it at that time, but who would have thought?" Yi Kong choked up as he spoke. "Father," Yi Fan didn't feel good when he heard this. Why did Mother leave? Yi Fan had never seen what his mother looked like since he was young. Every time he went out with his father and saw other children being carried and comforted by their mothers, Yi Fan would feel like he had lost something in his heart and become depressed. Every time this happened, Yi Kong would have to comfort him for a long time before his mood improved. "I don't know," Yi Kong sighed. "I've been looking for your mother for 10 whole years, but I still haven't heard from her." "You didn't look for any of Mother's relatives?" Yi Fan asked. "Your mother was an orphan since young. How could she have any relatives?" Yi Kong said. "Then when you were with Mother, didn't you hear her mention anything?" Yi Fan asked. Yi Kong shook his head. "Your mother must have her reasons for doing this," Yi Kong said. 3 years. In 3 years, we will be able to see your mother." Yi Kong's mood improved when he thought of this. "Father, you've been looking for Mother for so many years. Don't you have any clues?" Yi Fan asked. "There are some clues," Yi Kong said. "Someone saw your mother leave with a yellow-clothed Taoist nun, but I don't know anything else." "Taoist nun?" Yi Fan frowned and asked, "What Taoist nun?" "I'm not sure," Yi Kong said. "I heard there was a middle-aged Taoist nun wearing yellow clothes." Yi Fan was full of questions after hearing this. What reason could make a mother leave her 1-year-old child and her beloved husband for 25 years? "Father, didn't you go to the various Taoist temples to look for her?" Yi Fan asked. Since it was a Taoist nun, she should be living in a Taoist temple. "I did," Yi Kong sighed. "I sent pigeons to the various branches of the Yi family to help me search but there was no news. Yifan didn't know whether to be happy or sad. He was sad that his biological mother had abandoned her husband and child for 25 years. He was happy that he would be able to see his biological mother in 3 years. At that time, the truth would be revealed. Now you know everything, Yikong said. There's nothing to hide from you anymore. Father, why is Zhou Quan looking for the Yi family of the Central Plains? Yifan thought about what had happened during the day and asked, what is his intention? I'm not sure. The Yi family of the Central Plains has many secrets, Yikong said. But according to my speculation, it must be related to your previous life. Father, have you been in contact with the Yi family of the Central Plains all these years? Yifan asked. No, Yikong said. But your second uncle is in charge of military affairs in the court. Yi Zifeng of the Yi family of the Central Plains is the chief physician of the Imperial Academy of Medicine. The two of them should know each other. Does second uncle know about this? Yifan asked. How is that possible? Yikong said. Other than me and that Yi Qiu, only you know about this. Then how does Zhou Quan know? Yifan asked. When I was born, he hadn't come to our Yi family yet. That's the problem. Yikong frowned. I'm wondering if something happened to the Yi family of the Central Plains. Then what should we do? Yifan asked. Do you want to meet with the Yi family of the Central Plains? Absolutely not, Yikong said. Zhou Quan has been lurking in our Yi family for more than 10 years. Other than spying on the Yi family, he must be trying to find out the true identity of the Umbrella Man from 23 years ago. He deliberately leaked this information to alert the enemy and lead us to contact the Umbrella Man. If we really do that, he will have achieved his goal. Alert the enemy and lead the snake out of its hole? After hearing Yi Kong's words, Yifan broke out in a cold sweat. This Zhou Quan is so insidious. No wonder he took the initiative to reveal his purpose. If father didn't see through it, I'm afraid I would have fallen into his trap. Then what should we do now? Yifan asked. Simple, Yikong said with a smile. Deal with all changes by sticking to the status quo. Relax on the outside and tighten on the inside. Father, that Zhou Quan knows Earthmeld. It's impossible to guard against him. I'm afraid. Yifan voiced his concern. You don't have to worry too much about that, Yikong said. Everything has its own counter. Although Earthmeld is powerful, it's not like there's no way to deal with it. How do we deal with it? Yifan asked. Ziyang Temple's Temple Master Qin Chenzi is a good friend of mine. Back then, when we were talking about the spells of the world, he mentioned the 5-element spell. Earthmeld was one of them, Yikong said. It's actually not difficult to deal with Earthmeld. There are many ways. What ways? Yifan was very curious. He really wanted to know how to deal with it. If he encountered an expert who knew Earthmeld in the future, he would be prepared. The principle of Earthmeld is actually very simple, Yikong explained. It's a spell that allows one to walk in the earth. This spell can only allow one to walk 1 foot underground. To deal with this spell, one just has to harden the earth or use a talisman that can counter it. Harden the earth? Yifan was very puzzled. How do you harden it? Silly boy, Yikong said with a smile. You can lay a hard stone slab on the ground or mix gravel in the earth. In short, as long as you can harden the earth, it'll work. It's that simple. Yifan felt incredulous. Earthmeld looked so magical, but it was actually so easy to deal with. The greatest truths are the simplest, Yikong said with a smile. It's that simple, so that's how it is. Yifan suddenly understood. I've already ordered people to bury gravel and iron sand 10 feet deep under the wall and cast it with glutinous rice paste. Yikong picked up the teacup. The garden has also been covered with an iron net and laid with bluestone slabs. Earthmeld won't be able to enter our Yi residence now. Then what about the trees? Yifan asked. Trees have deep roots, which counters earth, so they won't be able to enter. Yikong said with a smile. What if you encounter an expert who knows Earthmeld in the future? Yifan asked. Under normal circumstances, when you encounter such an opponent, you should first stand on top of a rock or gravel. That way, the opponent's Earthmeld won't be effective. Yikong said with a smile as he looked at Yifan. But for you, I'm afraid that whoever uses Earthmeld will be very unlucky. Why? Yi Fan's interest was piqued when he heard this. With your current cultivation and the snake shadow sword. Oh no, it's the frost dragon sword, Yi Kong said. As long as you completely freeze the ground, what can a mere earth meld do to you? That's right. Yi Fan slapped his thigh. When the time comes, I'll take advantage of the moment when the opponent uses earth meld to seal him in the ground with cold air. At that time, he won't be able to come out even if he wants to. Ha ha ha. Yi Fan couldn't help but laugh when he thought of this. Stinky brat, Yi Kong scolded jokingly. By the way, father, Yi Fan asked Yi Kong after he finished laughing. Father, have you tried this frost dragon sword before? How powerful can it be? Of course I've tried it, Yi Kong said as he drank his tea. With my current cultivation, I can seal an area of 3 feet in ice. It's half a foot thick. Yi Fan couldn't help but click his tongue when he heard this. He knew that his father's cultivation was powerful, but he didn't expect him to be able to activate the frost dragon sword to such an extent. One had to know that his father, Yi Kong, didn't cultivate spirit energy, but innate vitality. Other than his grandfather, Yi Yun, his father was probably the only one with a mortal body that could reach such an extent. However, Yi Kong put down his teacup. This frost dragon sword seems to have a spirit. Every time I want to activate it to the extreme with my innate vitality, the cold air won't continue to rise at the critical moment. This sword seems to be a little unwilling. Oh, unwilling? Yi Fan was shocked when he heard this. When he fought with Yin Ji, he felt that something was wrong. After the battle at the ancestral mansion, after he obtained Xue Feng's spirit energy and activated it with 80% of his spirit energy, the frost dragon's sword showed signs of being unsealed. Although it wasn't completely unsealed, it was beginning to transform into a frost dragon sword. When he was in the Great Snow Mountain, he had used 90% of his spirit energy, but the frost dragon sword had just awakened. One had to know that his current spirit energy was far stronger than when he was in the ancestral mansion. This matter had always been weighing on Yi Fan's mind, and he had always wanted to ask his brother Kim about it. Now that brother Kim wasn't here, and his father, Yi Kong, mentioned the frost dragon sword, Yi Fan told Yi Kong everything that happened at the Great Snow Mountain in detail, as well as the doubts in his heart. Jinji, Inji. Yi Kong frowned when he heard this. I've never heard of these two names. As for the situation you mentioned, I can't explain it. After all, you and I cultivate different techniques. If you have the chance to meet your brother Kim in the future and ask him for guidance, he should be able to tell you the reason. Right now, that's all we can do, said Yi Fan. As the father and son were talking, they suddenly heard 3 loud bangs from outside. The two of them immediately went to the window and opened it to look outside. They saw 3 huge fireworks blooming in the darkness of Yi Kong's house. It was gorgeous and very beautiful. It's almost the new year. This year, you and Chico should spend the new year with mother-in-law and Xiao Zhao. Yi Kong looked at the gorgeous fireworks outside the window and said, This year I'm going to the ancestral mansion to celebrate the new year. I'll leave tomorrow. I'll leave everything at home to you. Tomorrow? Yi Fan asked Yi Kong. There's still half a month before the new year. Father, why are you going so early? Silly boy, have you forgotten? Yi Kong laughed. The battle more than a month ago has already ruined the ancestral mansion. Your brother Kim and Sky Dragon have already razed the back garden to the ground. The battle 3 days later has even ruined the ancestral mansion. I'm going early to help your grandfather take care of the renovation of the ancestral mansion. Secondly, I'll tell your grandfather and the other branches of the Yi family about the recent events so that they can be prepared. At this point, Yi Kong instructed Yi Fan, After I leave, the house must be relaxed on the outside and tight on the inside. Do you understand? Father, don't worry about it, said Yi Fan. I'm not a child anymore. You must be careful on the way. It's okay. I know what I'm doing. Yi Kong said, It's getting late. You should go back and get some rest. I'll be leaving first thing in the morning tomorrow. I won't be bidding farewell to Grandma and the others. Tell them that. All right, replied Yi Fan. Then you should rest early too, Father. Yi Fan then walked out of Yi Kong's room. As soon as Yi Fan stepped out of the door, Yi Kong's smiling face immediately furrowed. He took the inverse scale sword from the wall and simply packed his bag. Then he bent down and blew out the candles. He pushed open the door and walked to the back garden's wall, then leaped over the wall. It was already late at night. Seeing that there was no one around, Yi Kong immediately used his movement technique and rushed in the direction of the ancestral mansion. Those 3 huge fireworks were not set off by ordinary people. They were the secret signal of the Yi clan. Different colors represented different emergency situations. The 3 colors just now were a secret summon for the heads of the various branches to immediately rush to the Yi clan's ancestral residence without delay. Chapter 90. After Yi Kong left, Yi Fan and Fujiwara no Chico accompanied Jinshan and Xiao Zhao to sightsee every day. Yi Kong did not stop at all along the way. At night, he used his movement technique to take shortcuts. During the day, he rode a fast horse on the main road. The next evening, he arrived at the ancestral home. After Yi Kong dismounted, he did not directly enter through the main door. Instead, he went around to the back wall of the ancestral home and jumped in. The situation was urgent. He did not know what had happened in the ancestral home, so he had to be careful. After a careful inspection, Yi Kong did not find anything strange. He directly went to Yi Yun's room. However, when he pushed the door open, he found that Yi Yun was not in the room. Since he was not here, he should be in the meeting room. As Yi Kong thought about it, he quickly walked to the meeting hall. When he pushed open the door to the meeting hall, he realized that more than half of the other branch heads of the Yi family had already arrived. They were seated on both sides of the meeting hall, and all of them had solemn expressions on their faces. Yi Yun sat in the middle of the main seat. He was also frowning. When they saw Yi Kong enter, everyone stood up to greet him. After Yi Kong returned the greeting, he bowed to Yi Yun. Although they were father and son, rules were rules. He could not be careless. "Konger, you came," Yi Yun said after Yi Kong bowed. "Head, why did you summon us in such a hurry?" Yi Kong sat down and asked after bowing. In public, Yi Kong could not casually call him father. "Yi Chun," Yi Yun said, "tell him." "Yes, boss," said Yi Chun, who was sitting opposite Yi Kong. Yi Chun was the head of another branch of the Yi clan. He was of the same generation as Yi Kong. Because he was the second son in the family, Yi Kong had always called him second brother. Since they were young, he was the one who got along with Yi Kong the most. The two of them were as close as real brothers. Later on, Yi Chun obtained scholarly honors and became an official. He was now the assistant minister of the Ministry of War. Yi Chun's branch was extraordinary. The bronze figurines in the ancestral mansion had been passed down from their branch. Zhuge Liang's Crouching Dragon book had now been passed down to Yi Chun. Thus, whether it was the secret arts of yin and yang, the art of divination, or the art of creation, Yi Chun was extremely proficient in them all. In addition, he was an important official of the court, so his reputation in the Yi clan was extremely high. Even so, Yi Chun was not arrogant because of his talent. On the contrary, he kept a low profile and did not put on the airs of an official. "Second brother, what's going on?" Yi Kong hurriedly asked. "Eldest brother, it's like this," Yi Chun said. "A few days ago, I received a secret message. Someone in the court wrote a memorial to the emperor to protest against our Yi clan." "Protest against us?" Yi Kong was confused. "Protest against us for what?" "Protest that our Yi clan's power is too great," Yi Chun said. "Too great? What kind of crime is that?" Yi Kong's brows furrowed. "Our Yi clan does have some power, but it's not enough to alarm the emperor. In terms of power, isn't any relative of the emperor or the grand secretary more powerful than us? How could it cause the court to be worried?" "Eldest brother, you don't know," Yi Chun said. "The court is full of undercurrents of mutual deception. Ministers with ulterior motives can be found everywhere. Our Yi clan is in charge of the military equipment of the court, from the emperor's sword to the armor and spears of the ordinary soldiers. It's all our Yi clan's responsibility. This has caused many ministers to be dissatisfied. In addition, the emperor has granted us several mines, giving those people an excuse." "What excuse?" Yi Kong asked. "Privately made coins," Yi Chun said. "Privately made coins?" Night Sky was shocked after hearing this. "We are a family of weaponsmiths and have copper mines," Yichen explained. If we can forge divine weapons, we can naturally forge coins. The Yi clan has been loyal for generations. How could we do such a thing? Yikong said. This is pure slander. But these words have caused the emperor to be worried, Yichen said. According to reliable information, someone casually took out a few copper coins and showed them to the emperor, slandering that it was done by our Yi clan. In addition, our Yi clan has a very high status in Jianghu. The emperor is worried that our Yi clan is too powerful. He is afraid that if we rise in power in the future, we will not be able to control it. Yikong heard this and frowned in silence. Privately making coins was a great crime. If the emperor was hot-headed and listened to slander, then wouldn't that be? Yikong didn't dare to think any further. This is only one of the reasons, Yichan said worriedly. What worries the emperor even more is the secret report from the imperial astronomer. Secret report? Yikong frowned. What secret report? What relationship does our Yi clan have with the imperial astronomer? It's because of what happened a month ago, Yichun said with a sigh. That day, the imperial astronomer discovered that the sky above our ancestral home was abnormal. Purple energy lingered, golden light flashed, and a true dragon appeared. They reported this matter to the emperor. What about it? Yikong asked. What about it? Yichun said with a frown. Big brother, your thinking is too simple. Because of this matter, someone reported that our Yi clan has dragon chi. If we don't get rid of it, there will be an emperor in the future. Adding on the appearance of the blood moon 23 years ago, big brother, think about it. Connecting all these things together, how can the emperor not be worried? Yikong's brow furrowed, and he sank into deep thought. Yichen's analysis was reasonable. The Yi clan was in charge of military equipment and had a very high status in Jianghu. As long as they made a call, there would naturally be heroes coming to help. Now that a true dragon had appeared a month ago, if he was the emperor, he would also be worried. What is the situation now? Yikong asked. What does the emperor plan to do? I heard from the supervising eunuch that the emperor has secretly summoned several important officials in the last few days. He also summoned Zhujiang's Wang clan. Yichen said with a worried expression. Wang family? Yikong said in shock. Could it be that the emperor is preparing to replace them? Yichen said the Wang family in Zhujiang is also a weaponsmithing family, and they've always viewed our Yi family as their mortal enemy. As far as I know, the Wang family has already bribed several ministers in the imperial court with a large sum of money. These ministers will definitely strongly recommend the Wang family to the emperor. If I'm not wrong, the imperial court will issue an imperial edict in a few days to hand over the right to manufacture armaments to the Wang family. How will the emperor deal with our Yi clan? Yikong asked. I don't know. Yichen shook his head. The emperor's will is hard to predict. Maybe he will remove officials and seize power. Maybe, if he didn't finish his sentence. I urgently summoned you here to discuss this matter, Yi Yun said. This matter concerns the life and death of a Yi clan. I can't make the decision alone. After everyone heard this, they all frowned and remained silent. Head, one of the people said to Yi Yun, now that things have come to this, in this junior's opinion, we should take the initiative to hand over the power to manufacture military equipment before the emperor issues the imperial edict to show our loyalty. On the other hand, Head and second brother should personally meet with the emperor to explain this matter. No, another person said, we didn't do anything wrong. If we take the initiative to hand over the power, wouldn't it be a tacit agreement? As for meeting with the emperor, it is even more inappropriate. As the saying goes, accompanying the emperor is like accompanying a tiger. What if the emperor gets angry and punishes Head and second brother? We can't go against the imperial edict, right? After everyone heard this, they all started to whisper to each other. Head, another person stood up and said, how about this? Since meeting with the emperor is dangerous, why don't we let second brother say that he is ill and retire? Then we can submit a memorial to explain this matter. This way, we don't have to put ourselves in danger, and we can also explain this matter. If the emperor believes us, he naturally won't punish us. If he doesn't believe us, we still have time to prepare. Prepare for what? Rebellion or escape? The person who had just said to hand over the power asked. No matter what, we can't just let ourselves be captured and be trampled on, that person replied. If you ask me, we should go directly to those treacherous officials, another person in the crowd said. Isn't it just a bit of money? Our family doesn't have anything else but money. In terms of financial resources, the Wong family is no match for us. This way, won't the matter be solved? I've thought of this method before, but it still can't solve the problem, Yi Chun said. The matter has already reached a point where it can't be controlled. The emperor is already worried. The Yi family's true dragon has appeared. This is a fact. Even if those officials are bribed by us, the emperor will still be worried. If we don't handle it well, it will be counterproductive. If you ask me, we should go directly to Zhujiang's Wang family to talk, a person wearing a green robe in the crowd said. In terms of financial resources, power, and weaponsmithing, their Wang family is no match for us. Moreover, right now, second brother still holds an important position. No matter what, the Wang family should reconsider. Talk. How? A person wearing a red robe said. The crux of the problem is not the Wang family, but the emperor. Even if the Wang family doesn't interfere, the emperor is already on guard against our Yi family. Right now, the crux of the problem is what the emperor will do. Will he remove the officials and seize the titles or confiscate the family? Will he be exiled to the army or executed? This is the crux of the problem. Yi Bai is right, Yi Chun said. Everything is on the emperor. Our Yi family has been loyal for generations. I didn't think that the emperor still doesn't trust us, someone in the crowd sighed. Big brother. Yi Chun saw that Yi Kong didn't speak for a while and asked, what do you think about this matter? I feel that since the emperor is suspicious of the Yi family, but hasn't immediately issued an edict, he must still be hesitating, Yi Kong said. After all, our Yi family has been loyal to the court for generations and has never made any mistakes. Right now, in my opinion, we should make 2 preparations. What 2 preparations? Yi Chun asked. First, prepare for the worst, Yi Kong said. Secretly transfer half of the property and important items to prevent the emperor from issuing an edict to confiscate the family. That way, we will have the capital to make a comeback. That makes sense, Yi Chun nodded and said. What's the second? D and I will go with Master to see the emperor, Yi Kong said. See the emperor? Yi Chun asked. That's right, Yi Kong said. Rather than waiting for the emperor to issue an edict, it is better to take the initiative to tell the emperor about this matter. What do we say when we see the emperor? Yi Chun asked with a frown. Tell him the truth, Yi Kong said. Then what if the emperor is still worried? Yi Chun asked worriedly. Then we will hand over control of the military, Yi Kong said. The emperor isn't stupid and should understand our efforts. This. Yi Chun began to hesitate. Master, what do you think? Yi Kong is right, Yin said. Taking the initiative to attack is always better than sitting and waiting for death. Yin took a deep breath, stood up, and said, Master, give the order. Everyone immediately stood up and bowed, respectfully waiting for Yi Yun's order. You all immediately return and transfer half of the property. Also, secretly send people to observe the movements of the government. If the soldiers make any strange movements, immediately take your family members and escape through the secret passage. Yi Yun said, Our Yi family has some friendship with the Tubo King. When the time comes, think of a way to escape there. Remember, if you don't see the Yi family's secret signal, do not show yourself easily. Yes, everyone answered in unison. Yi Chun, Yi Kong, you two stay here, Yi Yun said. The rest of you immediately leave. Everyone cupped their hands and bowed, then immediately turned and left. You two, bring your weapons. Yi Yun slowly said to Yi Kong and Yi Chun, Tonight, we will break into the Imperial Palace. Break. Yi Chun turned pale with fright when he heard this. Break into the Imperial Palace? The Imperial Palace? Yi Kong also frowned when he heard this. He could roughly guess his father's intention. Chapter 91. Inside the Imperial Palace, Imperial Garden. Night. At this time, the emperor was frowning with a heavy heart. His mood was irritable, and he was not in the mood to sleep, so he got up and went to the imperial garden to relax. He only brought an imperial bodyguard and a chief eunuch with him. A memorial jointly submitted by several ministers was placed on the stone table beside him. The emperor had already read this memorial several times. The few lines of words inside made his heart jump and cold sweat drip down. A true dragon appeared and monopolized power. If it was any other emperor, they might have already punished the Yi family and executed the entire family. However, the emperor also understood that the Yi family had been loyal and devoted for generations and did not have any disloyalty. This memorial was very likely that the ministers were jealous of the Yi family's power or had received benefits from the Wang family of Zhejiang and wanted to overthrow the Yi family. There were fights between factions in the court in every dynasty, and he was already used to it. However, the report from the imperial astronomer gave him a huge headache. A true dragon had appeared and unexpectedly appeared in the Yi family's ancestral home. He had already sent people to secretly investigate this matter, and there was indeed such a thing. The Yi family had hidden dragons and crouching tigers. In terms of wealth, power, and status in Jianghu, they were second to none. This was normal. He understood that the Yi family's reputation, status, and wealth were all obtained through true ability and did not violate any of the laws of the Ming dynasty. However, the appearance of a true dragon was not normal. This was the most taboo matter in the imperial family. If the Yi family really had an emperor in the future, wouldn't the Ming dynasty be in imminent danger? Thinking of the Ming dynasty's first ancestor, Zhu Yuanzhang, who had cut through all obstacles and worked hard to establish this foundation, as a descendant of the first ancestor, no matter what, he could not lose the Ming dynasty in his own hands. Pass down the edict. The emperor looked at the endless night and said, "Remove Yi Chun from his position in the Ministry of War. Tomorrow, have the imperial guards and the eastern faction guards search the Yi family's ancestral home. Also, order the various government and county yamens to search the Yi family's homes and detain all the men of the Yi family to await trial. Anyone who disobeys will be executed." For the Ming dynasty, the emperor made his final decision. However, he did not hear the deacon eunuch's response like he usually did. "Did you not hear what I said?" The emperor did not turn around. The deacon eunuch still did not respond. The emperor was furious that there was no response to his words. He turned around with a face full of anger, but was shocked to find that the deacon eunuch Huang Ying had fallen to the ground at some point. As for the imperial bodyguard, Zhang Jing, the expert in the palace, had also fallen on the steps beside the flower pond, unconscious. There were 3 people standing in front of him, looking at him calmly. What surprised him even more was that one of them was none other than Yi Chun. The emperor had never thought that the impenetrable palace would be so easily broken into by these 3 people. What was even more unexpected was that Yi Chun was among them. "Yi Chun, what are you trying to do by trespassing on the forbidden grounds of the imperial palace and injuring palace servants and imperial bodyguards? Men, take these 3 down." The emperor was a little flustered. However, no one appeared. "Men, guards." The emperor was a little nervous, shouting as he retreated. "Protect the emperor. Protect him." "Is the emperor?" Yi Yun asked Yi Chun. Yi Chun replied. Yi Yun's body suddenly moved. A shadow rushed towards the emperor, who was 1 zhang away from him. The emperor was shouting for protection as he retreated. However, Yi Yun's movements were too fast. In a flash, Yi Yun was beside the emperor. He reached out and pressed a pressure point on the emperor's shoulder. Before the emperor could react, he felt his body go numb and he had no strength left. Yi Yun helped the emperor to a stone chair and sat him down. Although the emperor had no strength, he was still conscious. He could open his mouth to speak, but he did not have the strength to shout. He angrily stared at Yi Yun and the other 2 people who had walked over. "What do you want to do? You dare to kidnap me?" The emperor's face was full of anger. "Fortunately, we came in time," Yi Chun said as he sat with Yi Kong on the stone chair across from the emperor. "Otherwise, our Yi family would have met with disaster." Yi Kong nodded after hearing this. At this time, the stone chairs around the stone table were all filled. Looking from afar, It was as though the emperor was chatting with people. The emperor had decreed that no one was to disturb him. Therefore, no one would know what was happening here. Yi Chun, the emperor said angrily, as an official of the court, you dare to bring people to attack the emperor at night. How should you be punished? Official of the court? Yi Chun smiled. Didn't you just remove me from my position? Now, I'm not an official of the court. Do you understand? You? The emperor was so angry his entire body shook. He gritted his teeth and wanted to tear Yi Chun to pieces. That's enough. Yi Yin patted the emperor's shoulder. We came this time to talk with you, not to kill you. Talk. Talk about what? The emperor calmed down. You call this talking? The emperor said as he looked at the eunuchs and guards on the ground not far away. He was hoping that the two of them would wake up soon so that they could spread the news. When the time came, the three of them wouldn't be able to escape even if they had wings. You don't have to look anymore, Yi Yin said. They're not dead. They just fainted. We just wanted to talk with you. We don't mean any harm. If you can calm down and talk with us, I'll release your acupoints. All right, I'll talk with you. Release my acupoints first, then we'll talk. The emperor suddenly had an idea. He wanted to wait for an opportunity to escape after his acupoints were unsealed. Kong Yin pointed at a rockery not far away and said, that rock on the top of the rockery is a bit of an eyesore. Get rid of it. Yi Kong understood and slowly stood up. He faced the rockery about 100 feet away and pulled out the inverse scale sword. A golden light shone brightly as the inverse scale sword was unsheathed. It shone with a dazzling light. Yi Kong wielded the inverse scale sword with one hand and used his innate yuan qi to release it in midair. A streak of golden light, like a golden meteor, whizzed towards the fake mountain with a long tail. With a boom, the rockery shattered into pieces and gravel flew everywhere. The rockery that was more than 10 feet tall was actually pierced through, leaving behind a hole that was more than a foot wide. Yi Kong waved his hand, and the inverse scale sword spun around on the spot, flying towards Yi Kong at high speed. Yi Kong turned around and sat on the stone chair. He pointed the scabbard behind him, and the inverse scale sword automatically returned to its scabbard. This scene shocked the emperor so much that his soul flew out of his body, and he trembled like a sieve. Yi Kong's move made him lose all thoughts of escaping. Forget about escaping. Even if he mobilized all of the Imperial Guards, they wouldn't be a match for this person. Pa! Yi Yin lightly tapped the emperor's shoulder and unsealed his acupoints. Once his acupoints were unsealed, his blood began to circulate. The emperor felt his strength gradually returning. He shook his arm and only stopped when he felt his body returning to normal. Your Majesty, can we talk now? Yi Yin asked. Speak. The emperor didn't show off his authority this time. What do you want to talk about? Let's start with that edict you just issued. As Yi Yin spoke, he picked up the wine pot on the stone table and poured himself a drink. After hearing this, the emperor frowned. Your Yi clan holds the power over the military and is extremely wealthy. You have a great reputation in the Jianghu, and each of you possesses great skills. That's not all, but a true dragon descended a month ago. If you were the emperor, what would you do? He went straight to the point. Your worries are reasonable, Yi Yin said. However, Your Majesty, your thoughts aren't meticulous enough. Not meticulous enough? The emperor frowned. How is it not meticulous enough? Think about it. If my Yi clan had any disloyalty, would have waited until today? My Yi clan has been loyal for generations. I'm sure Your Majesty understands this. You listen to the slanderous words of a few officials in court and believe that the Yi clan would be stripped of their positions, confiscated of their possessions, and imprisoned? As Yi Yin spoke, he drained the wine in his cup. Although the Yi clan has the power over the military, they don't have military power. How could they rebel? After hearing this, the emperor was thoughtful. Let's talk about the true dragon, Yi Yin said. Emperor, you should have heard of the legend of the Yi clan. I know a little, the emperor replied. I heard that the ancestors of the Yi clan coincidentally saved a great snake that was going through a tribulation. That's right, Yi Yin said. That great snake has already ascended to become a sky dragon. The jade snake that the Yi clan worships is him. More than a month ago, something happened in the Yi clan's ancestral home. Because it concerned the survival of the Yi clan, the true dragon appeared. Everything is not as you think, Your Majesty. As Yi Yun spoke, he moved his head close to the emperor's ear and quietly said a few words. Yi Chun and Yi Kong did not clearly hear what Yi Yun said. After the emperor heard this, his expression changed greatly. Is this true? I have no reason to lie to you, Yi Yun said as he sat up straight. Why should I believe you? The emperor asked Yi Yun with a frown. Just based on the imperial edict you just gave, we can end Your Majesty's life. Do you believe that? Yi Yun asked. The emperor nodded. After seeing Yi Kong's move, he believed this without a doubt. This way, it would be easy to take the lives of those officials, Yi Yun said. This is only one of the reasons. What else? The emperor asked with a frown. Your Majesty, why don't you think about it? Yi Chun, who had been silent this entire time, said. Once something happens to the Yi clan, then what? Then? The emperor did not understand Yi Chen's words. Then the Wang clan will take over the military power, Yi Chen continued. Once the Wang clan takes power, the quality of the military equipment will be greatly reduced. Your Majesty, you know that the Yi clan's skill in forging weapons is unparalleled in the world. There are many people who want to rope in the Yi clan, including other countries. Do you understand my words, Your Majesty? When the emperor heard this, his expression changed again. Yi Chen's words made him suddenly realize. As he said, the Yi clan's skill in forging weapons was unparalleled in the world. Once the Yi clan fell, there would be foreign countries trying to rope them in. At that time, once the foreign countries obtained the help of the Yi clan's forging skills, they would be able to create excellent military equipment and attack. When the soldiers reached the city walls, the emperor didn't dare to think any further. Zhun was really foolish and almost harmed the country. When the emperor thought of this, he slapped his forehead. Thank you for reminding me. Otherwise, the great Ming dynasty would have been ruined in my hands. It seems that Your Majesty already understands, Yi Yun said with a smile. I will immediately issue an imperial edict to remove those 5 officials from their positions and investigate, the emperor said. No, Yi Yun said. Not only can they not be removed from their positions, they must be heavily rewarded and the Yi clan must be confiscated. When the emperor heard this, he was very puzzled. Not to mention him, even Yi Kong and Yi Chen looked at each other. Chapter 92. Yi Fan, in addition to dealing with the family's business, accompanied Fujiwara no Chiko, Jinshan, and Xiao Zhao to tour around the scenic spots and temple fairs. Xiao Zhao was dazzled by the sight and exclaimed in pleasure. Early in the morning, Yi Fan was about to take everyone to the nearby temple when he received a pigeon message from Yi Kong. The snow-white pigeon was standing on the windowsill, cooing. Yi Fan saw the letter tied to the pigeon's leg with a red string and knew that the matter was urgent. He quickly picked up the pigeon, untied the letter, and opened it. When he saw it, he turned pale with fright. What's wrong? Fujiwara no Chiko, who was at the side, saw Yi Fan's expression change and walked over to ask. Something has happened, Yi Fan said with a frown and handed the letter to Fujiwara no Chiko. Fujiwara no Chiko doubtfully took the letter, and after reading it, she was also shocked. What's going on? It seems that Matsumoto Takeyoshi can no longer hold back, and has already ordered the forces in the imperial court to begin to ostracize the Yi family. Yi Fan said with a dignified face. There's no time to lose. Quickly do as father said in the letter. Fujiwara no Chiko hurriedly said. Yi Fan said to Fujiwara no Chiko, you go and inform mother-in-law and Xiao Zhao, and tell them to find an inn to stay in for the next few days, and try not to go out, and be careful in everything. After 3 days, the imperial court will send people here to search the house. Fujiwara no Chiko nodded and said, I'll take care of this matter. I'll now arrange for people to move the important things in the house to another place, and it will take about a day. Yi Fan said, you have to pretend that you don't know about this. You can't let the servants know about this. You have to act as if nothing happened. Otherwise, once the servants panic, things will be troublesome. Don't worry about it, Fujiwara no Chiko said as she walked up to Yi Fan and tidied up Yi Fan's clothes. Leave this to me. I'll be leaving first. After saying that, Yi Fan turned around and left. However, after taking just a few steps, he turned back. What's wrong? Fujiwara no Chiko asked. From now on, no matter where you go, you must bring your scabbard with you. Do you understand? Yi Fan instructed. I know, said Fujiwara no Chiko. Don't worry about it. Yi Fan nodded and turned to leave. Fujiwara no Chiko immediately went to inform Xiao Zhao and Jinshan. It took Yi Fan a whole day to secretly move the important things in the house to a safe place. It wasn't that he was slow, but that there were too many important things in the house. Not to mention other things, just the rare treasures in the pawn shop alone, such as famous calligraphy and paintings, were enough to fill several large carriages, and this didn't even include the ordinary antiques. In the secret room, there were dozens of antique swords collected from all over the world. There were all kinds of swords, knives, spears, swords, and halberds. The most difficult thing to move was the materials used to forge weapons. These materials were extremely precious. There were meteoric iron that fell from the sky, black gold that was bought at a high price, and other precious minerals. All of these added up to more than 1,000 pounds. In fact, it wasn't difficult to move these things. The difficult part was to move them out without being discovered by outsiders. After Yi Fan personally packed these things, he found 8 large ox carts used to transport iron ore and parked them at the back door. He then loaded all these things into the carts. The Yi family owned several mines, and the mines often sent some or samples back, so it wasn't unusual for several ox carts from the mines to be parked at the door. After all of this was settled, Yi Fan returned home. At this time, Fujiwara no Chiko was waiting for him in the house. How is it? Is it all done? Fujiwara no Chiko saw Yi Fan come back and quickly handed him a cup of tea. It's all done. Yi Fan sat heavily on the chair and said, What about Popo and Xiao Zhao? Are they all settled? They're all settled. You can rest assured. Fujiwara no Chiko said, I arranged for them to stay in a very ordinary inn. No one will find them. That's good. Yi Fan breathed a sigh of relief. What do we do now? Fujiwara no Chiko asked softly. Wait. Yi Fan sighed and said, Wait for the house to be confiscated. There should be a crime for confiscating a house, right? They can't just confiscate it as they wish, Fujiwara no Chiko said. Father didn't say in detail in the letter. Yi Fan smiled bitterly. If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. Yi Fan took Fujiwara no Chiko's hand and said, It's been hard on you. I wanted you to come back with me to enjoy a few days of happiness. But in the end, there's an old saying in China, if you marry a chicken, follow the chicken. If you marry a dog, follow the dog. Following you is already a blessing. I don't care about anything else. Fujiwara no Chiko lowered her voice and laughed softly. Besides, don't we still have the 200,000 taels of gold? Pooh! Yi Fan had just taken a sip of tea, but when he heard Fujiwara no Chiko's words, he couldn't help but spit out the tea in his mouth. Cough! 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 Yi Fan coughed violently, and Fujiwara no Chiko hurried over to massage Yi Fan's back. Cough! You're really my good wife, cough. Yi Fan laughed while coughing violently. You're born to be a money grubber. That 200,000 taels of gold must have made it hard for you to sleep, right? Don't worry. With me here, you won't starve. Fujiwara no Chiko smiled and said, I've already put away the gold notes, so I'll definitely sleep well. Tell me, Yi Fan pulled Fujiwara no Chiko to sit on his lap. Where did you put the gold notes? What are you doing? Fujiwara no Chiko smiled and said, Those gold notes were given to me by Grandpa. You have to put them away properly. In the future, I'll have to rely on my wife to eat. Yi Fan smiled. It depends on your performance. Fujiwara no Chiko said proudly. Okay, I'll definitely perform well. Yi Fan said as he picked up Fujiwara no Chiko and walked to the bed. I'll perform well now. Fujiwara no Chiko, who was in Yi Fan's arms, hammered Yi Fan with her delicate fists. You're so bad. Although she said so, Her arms were already tightly wrapped around Yi Fan's neck 2 days later. Early morning. On this day, Yi Fan and Fujiwara no Chiko got up early. After tidying up, they sat in the room and drank tea while waiting for the house to be confiscated. Should I leave for a while? Fujiwara no Chiko asked. Why should I leave? Yi Fan said while drinking tea. No, you can help me identify if there are any Fusang people among them. Fusang people? Fujiwara no Chiko asked doubtfully. Aren't they people from the Great Ming Dynasty? That's right, Yi Fan said, but I'm worried that there will be spies trained by Matsumoto Takeyoshi who are officials in the imperial court. Their speech and behavior must be the same as the Han people, but since they are spies, they must have received special training. You grew up in Fusang, so you must be able to see the traces of the Fusang people. What you said makes sense, but Fujiwara no Chiko asked, why don't you let me hide and observe? Wouldn't that be more convenient? Hide? Ha, Yi Fan said with a smile. You are my wife. Why should you hide? Zhou must have told Matsumoto Takeyoshi everything here. Your identity has already been exposed, so it's better to show up openly. They are now officials of the imperial court, so they won't dare to do anything to you in public. That makes sense, Fujiwara no Chiko said. We'll do as you say. When they come later, you must pretend to be shocked, Yi Fan said. Understand? Don't worry, Fujiwara no Chiko said with a smile. I understand. Chapter 93. Where are they right now? Yi Fan asked with a frown. They're heading this way. The servant replied. I understand. You can go and rest. Yi Fan said. Yes, young master. Be careful. The servant covered his face and left. Let's go and meet them, Yi Fan said as he stood up and walked out of the door. Fujiwara no Chiko followed closely behind with her sword case. As soon as they stepped out of the door, they heard heavy footsteps. A large group of soldiers wearing heavy armor and holding long spears rushed over. When they saw Yi Fan and Fujiwara no Chiko, they immediately surrounded the couple. Seeing the heavy armor and long spears in these soldiers' hands, Yi Fan smiled bitterly. These weapons were all made by the Yi clan. He didn't expect that they would be used to deal with the Yi clan. Following that, 2 people wearing official robes and official hats came in front of Yi Fan, accompanied by 5 or 6 other officials. Yi Fan recognized 2 of the 5 or 6 officials. They were the local magistrate and county magistrate. As for the other 3, he didn't recognize them. As for the other 2 officials, one was wearing a purplish-red Qilin robe, while the other was wearing a green official robe. Who are you? One of the officials wearing the official robe shouted. Yikong's son, Yi Fan. Yi Fan said calmly. Where's Yikong? The official in the official robe asked loudly. My father has some matters to attend to, Yi Fan replied. After hearing Yi Fan's words, the 2 officials whispered a few words to each other. Then they turned around and took a roll of yellow silk from the tray of soldiers behind them. They shouted, The imperial edict has arrived. The Yi clan received the edict. After Yi Fan heard this, he immediately knelt on the ground. Fujiwara no Chiko was shocked. She stood there in a daze, not knowing what to do. Yi Fan found it funny. She was really good at pretending. He pulled Fujiwara no Chiko over. Kneel down. Fujiwara no Chiko pretended to regain her senses and knelt on the ground. By the will of the heavens, the emperor decrees, the official read, the Yi family members have used their authority to forge military equipment to privately make money, forming cliques in the court for personal gain, deceiving the emperor, and thus should be executed. Since the Yi family has performed meritorious deeds, Zheng will be lenient and exempt them from the death penalty. However, while he may be spared the death penalty, he cannot escape punishment. Have the local magistrates search the Yi clan and confiscate all their belongings except for their residences and houses. Have Yi Chun removed from his position as the ordnance officer of the Ministry of War and demoted him to a commoner. In addition, take back all of his authority over the mines and ordnance. This commoner receives the imperial edict. Long live the emperor, Yi Fan said as he received the imperial edict with both hands. Come on, The official in the official's robe ordered, "Search." "Yes." A person who looked like a commander replied as he waved his hand at the hundreds of soldiers behind him. "Search." Military orders were like mountains. After these soldiers received the order, they immediately rushed into the Yi clan's houses like hungry wolves. They rummaged through the chests and cupboards, searching for anything valuable. For a moment, the Yi clan's courtyard was in chaos. Dozens of servants stood to the side in fear, not daring to breathe loudly. They were angry, but did not dare to speak. Fujiwara no Chiko continued to act. Her face was pale as she tightly gripped Yifan's arm. Yifan patted her hand, indicating for her not to worry. Darren, a young official behind the official in the official's robe, cupped his hands and said, "The Yi clan's pawn shop has a lot of rare treasures." "Is it?" As he spoke, he raised his head to look at Yifan. "Yes, yes, yes," the official in the official's robe immediately said. "If you didn't remind me, I would have forgotten. Take a group of soldiers and go search the pawn shop." "Yes." The young official revealed a smile and left the Yi clan's residence with a group of soldiers to search the pawn shop. "Dog relying on its master's power," Yifan calmly scolded. "What did you say?" The official in the official's robe heard Yifan's words and raised his eyebrows as he asked loudly. "I said, dog relying on its master's power," Yifan repeated. "You dare to insult an official of the court?" The official in the official's robe was furious. "Darren," Yifan said with a smile, "when did I insult you?" "Then who did you insult?" The official in the official's robe asked loudly. "I insulted my family's dog," Yifan said with a smile. "Normally, when a Yi clan has power and influence, it wags its tail and flatters the Yi clan. When a Yi clan is in trouble, it doesn't recognize its own family. There's no other way. A dog is a dog. It's born to eat shit. Darren, am I right?" "You." The official of the official's robe was so angry that he couldn't say a word. At this time, the soldiers that had rushed into the Yi clan's residence all came back. Each of them was carrying basins full of treasures. Some were carrying a pair of vases, some were carrying antique jade objects, some were carrying a chest of ingots, and some were even carrying antique furniture. Yifan didn't move all of the property away. That would be easy to arouse suspicion, so he left some things for them. Darren, the commander, bowed to the official in the official's robe. "Other than the antique furniture, the rest of the property is here. This humble one has done a rough count. It's worth about 300,000 taels of silver." "Good." The official in the official's robe smiled and said, "Carry them all away. Don't leave a single one behind." "Yes." The commander waved his hand to the soldiers. "Carry them all away. Don't leave a single one behind." The soldiers immediately carried the gold and silver treasures out of the door in a flurry. At this time, the group of people that had raided the pawn shop also came back. None of them were empty-handed. There was a dazzling array of antiques, each of them worth a lot. Reporting to Darren, the young official said, "The pawn shop has been raided. There were more than 200 antiques stolen. Each one is worth at least 10,000 taels of silver." "Good, good, ha ha ha." The official in the official's robe was grinning from ear to ear. He hurriedly waved his hand. "Carry them away, carry them away." Darren, the young official, moved his head close to the official's ear. There were more than 300 antiques in total. "I specially chose more than 100 that Darren liked. I already had someone send them to the residence." The official in the official's robe nodded with a smile. "Well done. Darren, please give me more advice in the future." The young official had a lowly expression. Other people couldn't hear what he said, but it couldn't escape Yifan's ears. Yifan had heard everything clearly. He was expressionless on the surface, but in his heart, he hated these corrupt officials to the core. If it wasn't for his father Yi Kong's instructions in the letter, Yifan would have long had the heads of these corrupt officials fall to the ground. Darren, the young official, then moved his ear close to the official's ear and whispered a few words. "Sword style." The official in the official's robe asked with confusion, "What sword style?" "Darren, ethereal sword style." The young official said in a small voice, "It is rumored that Yi Kong was once taught a sword style by a strange person called the ethereal sword style." According to what this humble official knows, Prime Minister Chun is best at ancient sword styles. If Darren obtains this sword style and gives it to Prime Minister Chun, then wouldn't Darren have done a great service? In the future, wouldn't you be able to handle a butcher's cleaver with ease in court? Just as he spoke of the ethereal sword style, Yifan clearly saw the eyes of the other official next to the official in the official's robe light up. Then, in an instant, they returned to normal. From his official robes, this person's position was about the same as the official in the official's robe. However, after this person entered the Yi residence, other than whispering in the official's ear, he hadn't heard the official say anything else and had been watching coldly from the side. The official in the official's robe narrowed his eyes and stroked his beard. He said in a small voice to the young official, "The Emperor's decree is to search the residence, but he didn't order anything else. This is not easy to do." "Darren, you are really muddle-headed," the young official said. "Since the family doesn't have it, it must be on them." As he spoke, he looked at the expressionless Yifan. "This person is Yi Kong's only son. The sword style must be on him. Darren, why don't you order people to search them? The things on them are also the property of the Yi family. Don't you think so, Darren?" "Reasonable." The official in the official's robe stroked his beard as he said, "Do as you say. Search them." "Yes, Darren." The young official smiled and raised his hands in a bow. After he finished speaking, he walked with several soldiers in front of Yifan and his wife. "Come," the young official said arrogantly, "search them." "Yes." Several soldiers immediately surrounded Yifan and his wife, preparing to search them. At this moment, Yifan's murderous intent had risen. In fact, when the young official had mentioned the Void Spirit Sword technique, he had already decided to kill this despicable man. Now that he had delivered himself to his doorstep, how could he let him go? "I want to see which one of you isn't afraid of death," Yifan said coldly as he looked around. As soon as he said this, the soldiers stopped in their tracks. They looked at each other, not daring to move forward. They all knew that the members of the Yi family all had great skills and were not to be trifled with. "You dare to defy the decree?" the young official shouted loudly. "Defy the decree? Umph," Yifan sneered. "The decree said to search the residence, not the body. The ones who are defying the decree are you. What? You also want to curry favor with Prime Minister Chun?" The young official froze when he heard this. He hadn't expected that the young person in front of him would see through his intentions. He flew into a rage out of humiliation and shouted loudly, "How dare you slander an official of the imperial court? Take him down." When the soldiers heard this order, they steeled their hearts and directly charged at Yifan. Yifan sneered and used his movement technique. A shadow flashed in front of the soldiers, and those soldiers fell to the ground dead without even making a sound. Yifan didn't use the snake shadow sword. Instead, he used his imperial spirit energy in the palm of his hand and quickly used his imperial spirit energy to strike the soldiers' chests. He directly used his imperial spirit energy to break their heart meridians. The young official was shocked when he saw this. He had never seen such a strange thing in his life. The scene in front of him left him flabbergasted. He was so scared that he almost wet his pants. He hurriedly turned around and ran. However, it was too late. Yifan, who was 3 meters away from him, stretched out his hand. His palm turned into a claw, and an invisible imperial spirit energy rushed out from his palm, heading straight for the young official. Before the young official could completely turn around, he felt a huge suction force coming from behind him. Before he could understand what was going on, his body was sucked into the air by this suction force and flew backwards. Chapter 94. Hero, please spare my life. Hero, please spare my life. The young official whose head was sucked in Yifan's hand was so scared that he struggled back and forth, crying and shouting. This was probably the most scared moment he had ever been since he was born. Yifan's lips curled up, and he sneered. "Darren, save me. Darren." Seeing that Yifan did not speak, the young official wailed and begged for help from the official in the python robes. The official in the official's robe was also scared out of his wits. He took several steps back and only when the heavily armored soldiers surrounded him did he let out a sigh of relief. Yi Fan, the official in the python robes, gathered his courage and shouted, You quickly let him go. You dare to hold an official of the imperial court hostage. Darren, you are really greedy. You are not satisfied with antiques worth tens of millions of taels of silver, and you still want my Yi family sword manual. Humph, Yi Fan sneered. I gave you face, but you don't want it. The official in the python robes heard this, and his expression changed. What kind of magic did this young man have? Not only could he suck people in, but he could also see through people's hearts. The official in the python robes began to sweat profusely. He originally thought that the Yi family had a lot of financial resources, so coming here to seize property was a good job. Now it seemed that this was not a good job at all. Once this matter alarmed the emperor would find out that it was his greed for the Yi family's property that led to the death of an official of the imperial court. Not only would he lose his official position, but his entire family would be executed. Now there were only two ways to go. One was to admit defeat and apologize to this person and beg him to let him go. But once he did this, not only would he lose the face of the imperial court, it would also be tantamount to admitting that he had taken bribes. The second method was to go all the way and directly kill the Yi family to silence them. When the time came, he would report that the Yi family had disobeyed the imperial order and were killed on the spot. Hero, I'm not human. I beg you to be merciful and let me go. The young official was so scared that his nose was running. He cried for his father and mother. Darren, save me. Yi Fan, listen to me. The official in the official's robe had already made up his mind. Then he shouted loudly, I advise you not to be so obstinate. If you release him now, this official will not pursue this matter. Otherwise, I will tear you to pieces. He had already made up his mind that if Yi Fan still did not release him, he would kill him on the spot to eliminate future troubles. Tisk, Yi Fan laughed. Your Excellency is so powerful. This person is definitely going to die today. I advise Your Excellency to take these treasures and scram back to report on your mission before I change my mind. If Your Excellency continues to be stubborn, I can't guarantee Your Excellency's safety. Hearing this, the official in the official's robes flew into a rage out of humiliation. He waved his hand. Archers, get ready. Just as he finished speaking, dozens of archers immediately rushed to the front and knocked their bows, aiming at Yi Fan. Are you going to release him or not? Seeing so many archers around him, the official felt a sense of security. Yi Fan didn't say anything. Instead, he pulled out the cold snake shadow sword from his waist. For a moment, the atmosphere was tense. I will ask you one more time. Are you going to release him or not? The official in the official's robes felt that victory was in his grasp. Yi Fan expressionlessly shook his head. Good. The official in the official's robes waved his hand. Release the arrows. At the official's command, dozens of archers released their bows at the same time. Dozens of steel arrows shot towards Yi Fan and Fujiwara no Chico beside him like a torrential rain. The official in the official's robes had already calmed down. It would be strange if these arrows didn't turn into a hornet's nest. It was a pity for the beauty beside him. When Fujiwara no Chico saw this scene, she immediately patted her scabbard with one hand and pulled out her Chiho blade. Suddenly, a white light shone brightly. Chico, I'll do it. As Yi Fan spoke, he used his spiritual power to activate the snake shadow sword. The snake shadow sword flashed with a white light, and a domineering cold air swept towards the oncoming rain of arrows. With a crisp tinkling sound, the rain of arrows was frozen with a thick layer of ice and fell from the sky. This scene shocked the official in the official's robes. He almost fell to the ground and couldn't say a word for a long time. Not to mention him. Even the soldiers in heavy armor were shocked by this scene and retreated. The young official in Yi Fan's hands also let out a sigh of relief. He originally thought that he would definitely be used as a meat shield to block the arrows. He didn't expect that he would be able to escape this calamity. Thank you, great hero. Thank you, great hero. I admire your great ability. The young official didn't forget to flatter. Admire, right? Yi Fan sneered and said, this time it's your turn. If it wasn't for this person, things wouldn't have come to this point. Yi Fan hated this kind of villain the most. Yi Fan's hatred for them was even greater than his hatred for corrupt officials. As Yi Fan spoke, his right hand extracted cold air from the snake's shadow sword and guided it to his left palm. The young official who was pressed down by Yi Fan's left hand suddenly began to have cold air spread out from the back of his head. Great hero, the young official cried and shouted. Great hero, don't kill me. Woo woo woo. If you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? Yi Fan sneered, and the cold air in his hand entered the young official's body from the back of his head. The domineering cold air rushed to the Yongquan acupoint at the bottom of the young official's feet. After the cold air reached the acupoint, it gradually accumulated and then slowly piled up from the acupoint at the bottom of the feet to the top of the head. The young official only felt that his body was cold, and the pain was bone-chilling. Who? At this time, the breath he exhaled had already turned into white fog. His face was blue and bloodless. Yi Fan sneered and let go of his hand. If you want to leave, then leave. After saying this, Yi Fan closed his eyes, and a trace of an evil smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. After the young official heard this, he quickly moved his legs. But after just a few steps, he felt that his feet were very heavy. Amidst the exclamations of the crowd, he looked down and immediately screamed loudly. His feet had already begun to form a thick layer of ice, and it was gradually spreading up. Seeing this scene, he screamed loudly and continued to move his legs that were covered with ice. With the sound of the ice shell stepping on the stone floor, he staggered step by step towards the official in the python robe. The official in the python robe was completely frightened by this scene. His entire body trembled, and his mouth began to stutter. He shouted loudly, Don't come over, you don't come over, don't let him come over, quick. He began to give orders to the soldiers beside him to prevent the young official from coming close. But at this time, all the soldiers were scared out of their wits by the scene in front of them. They all retreated, and no one dared to come forward to stop him. Sir, save me. As the young official spoke, the ice shell on his body had already spread to his waist. He was now only one zhang away from the official in the python robe. Don't come over. I beg you, don't come over. The official's voice was already beginning to sound like he was about to cry. Creak, creak. The ice shell on the young official's body had already spread to his chest. At this time, his internal organs had been completely corroded by the cold air. He could only exhale but not inhale. He quickly stopped in place, less than 3 feet away from the official in the python robe. Save me. After the young official said these words, the thick ice shell slowly wrapped around his entire head. He had completely turned into an iceman. Through the transparent ice shell, the official in the python robe saw that the young official's eyes were fixed on him. His face turned green, and it was extremely frightening. He was so frightened that he quickly used his long sleeve to cover his eyes, not daring to look directly at him. From beginning to end, Yi Fan had his eyes closed, an evil smile on his face. But Fujiwara no Chico next to him turned her head to the side, unable to bear to continue watching. This person truly deserved to die, but he shouldn't have died so tragically. She felt that Yi Fan was a bit too cruel. Who's next? Yi Fan asked with his eyes closed and an evil smile. Everyone was so frightened that they didn't dare to breathe loudly. No one dared to make a sound. Not to mention the soldiers, even the servants watching from a distance were so frightened by the scene in front of them that their faces turned pale. They never thought that the usually gentle and approachable young master would be so powerful. They never thought that he would be so cruel and merciless. Who else? Yi Fan suddenly raised his voice. He used his spirit chi to make this sound, and it was so loud that even the deaf could hear it. Everyone's eardrums buzzed from the vibrations, and they couldn't help covering their ears. Looking at the young official's ice statue again, some cracks began to appear on the ice statue from Yi Fan's shout. Crack, crack, crack. As more and more cracks appeared, There was a loud bang. The young official's ice statue instantly exploded, and the shattered ice mixed with pieces of flesh flew in all directions, scattering ice flowers everywhere. After seeing this scene, some of the servants at the side fainted on the spot. The soldiers' teeth chattered, and the hands holding their weapons also began to tremble. Some of them were so frightened that they wet their pants, and the smell of urine filled the air. Someone in the crowd shouted, "Quickly run!" Only then did everyone regain their senses. They threw away the weapons in their hands, threw away their helmets, and fled towards the door like a tide. The official in the official's robe was also scared witless as he followed the crowd outside. The official in the purple Chilean official's robe also followed the crowd outside, but he didn't panic. He walked out very calmly. "Stop right there!" Yifan shouted loudly. This time, his voice was even louder than before, and it echoed everywhere. The soldiers were so shocked by this shout that some of them fell to the ground. It was strange to say that no one dared to take another step. They all stopped in their spots like wooden puppets. Cries began to sound from the crowd. "Sir, where are you going?" Yifan said with a sinister smile. "Didn't you want to tear me to pieces?" The official in the official's robe was already paralyzed with fear. When he heard Yifan calling him, he quickly stood up in fright, but because his legs were weak, he fell down again. It took him 3 times before he could barely stand up. Misunderstanding, well, he was so frightened that he couldn't even finish a sentence. Misunderstanding? Yifan said with a smile. "Then you're saying that I'm wrong?" No. The official in the official's robe quickly stuttered. "It's this official's fault. This official's fault. You didn't leave when I asked you to." Now, Yifan closed his eyes and shook his head, saying, "I don't want you to leave." "Young hero." The official in the official's robe fell to his knees and cried, "Please spare my life. Young hero. I have elders and children to take care of. Young hero, please be merciful and spare me this time." Yifan continued to close his eyes and shake his neck, but didn't say anything. "Enough." A deep voice sounded. When everyone heard this, they were scared out of their wits. They didn't know who dared to talk back to Yifan. If Yifan was in a bad mood, wouldn't they be buried together with him? A shadow floated down from the roof and landed in front of Yifan. This person was none other than Yikong. After sending the letter to Yifan via pigeon, he helped Yun organize the finances of the ancestral home and move the supplies. After he was done with all this, he immediately rushed back from the ancestral home. He thought that Yifan was a calm person and wouldn't make any mistakes. He didn't expect that something like this would happen as soon as he got home. Looking at the red and white pieces of ice and meat in the courtyard, and then at the frightened servants and soldiers, he had a bad feeling. When Yikong shouted, Yifan actually continued to close his eyes and shake his neck. He didn't even look at Yikong. "Yifan, father is here." "Fujiwara no Chico," reminded Yifan. After Yifan heard this, he continued to shake his neck and close his eyes, looking like he was enjoying himself. Yifan. When Fujiwara no Chico saw this, she immediately reached out to grab Yifan. She didn't understand why Yifan, who had always been gentle and refined, would suddenly become like this. However, when Fujiwara no Chico grabbed Yifan's arm, Yifan suddenly opened his eyes. When Fujiwara no Chico saw this, she was so frightened that she immediately let go of her hand. The Chiho sword in her hand fell to the ground with a clang. Chapter 95. Yifanyu, what happened to you? Fujiwara no Chico pressed her hands on Yifan's shoulders as she asked anxiously. She didn't understand why Yifan had become like this. Yifan stared with bloodshot eyes. He didn't say anything, but the corners of his mouth curved into a sinister smile. "Chico, don't touch him," Yikong shouted as he quickly pulled Fujiwara no Chico away. Yifan glanced at Yikong. His eyes became even redder, and the smile on his lips became even more sinister. "Father, what happened to Yifan?" Fujiwara no Chico shouted anxiously as she tried to break free from Yikong's grasp to pull Yifan. However, Yikong held on to Fujiwara no Chico tightly. Yi Fan was in a very dangerous state right now, so they definitely couldn't approach him rashly. You're Yi Kong. Yi Fan tilted his head and smiled. Then he turned his head to Fujiwara no Chico. You're Fujiwara no Chico? Father, Fujiwara no Chico cried. What happened to Yi Fan? What happened to him? Yi Kong frowned. He didn't answer Fujiwara no Chico's question. Instead, he stood in front of Fujiwara no Chico and used his body to shield her. I don't care who you are. Hurry up and get away from Fan Air. After he finished speaking, he turned his head and roared at the soldiers and servants who didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Why aren't you leaving yet? When everyone heard this, it was as if they had just woken up from a dream. They scrambled out of the Yi residence. The official in the embroidered robe also fled with his trusted aide. You want me to leave? With bloodshot eyes, Yi Fan looked at his hand and then at the snake shadow sword in his hand. With a strange smile, he said, It wasn't easy for me to obtain this body. I came out to take a breather, so how could I leave? After Yi Kong heard this, he was shocked. The thing he didn't want to see the most had finally happened. The evil energy in Yi Fan's body had already controlled Yi Fan's consciousness. Fan Air, wake up! Yi Kong shouted. Stop shouting. Yi Fan smiled at Yi Kong. He's already asleep. I'll say it again. Get away from him now. Seeing that Yi Fan was being controlled by the evil energy, Yi Kong was impatient for his son. As he spoke, he unsheathed the inverse scale sword. With the roar of a tiger and the roar of a dragon, the dazzling inverse scale sword was unsheathed. Inverse scale sword? Yi Fan raised an eyebrow at the sight of it. You want to fight me? Chico. Yi Kong turned around and said to Fujiwara no Chico, whose face was already covered in tears, He's not Yi Fan right now. He's just being controlled by the evil energy. Don't cry. Yi Fan is still here. Help me control him first, then we'll think of something. Fujiwara no Chico nodded after hearing this. She wiped away her tears and gritted her teeth as she picked up the Chiho blade from the ground. Holding it with both hands, she stood beside Yi Kong. With her lover being controlled, Fujiwara no Chico felt like a knife was being twisted in her heart. No matter what, she had to save her husband. Are you sure you want to do it? Yi Fan placed the snake shadow sword in front of him and gently stroked the blade with his left hand. Without raising his head, he said, You think you can control me with just the two of you? Do it. Yi Kong shouted. As he spoke, he urged the inverse scale sword to charge over. Under the urging of his Xiantian origin energy, the inverse scale sword glowed with a golden light as its yang energy went berserk. At the same time, Fujiwara no Chico also used her true energy to urge the Chiho blade to charge over. Chiho blade glowed with a white light as it emitted a murderous aura. The two of them cooperated and attacked from different directions at the same time. Two streaks of light, one golden and one white, instantly reached Yi Fan. I've been holding it in for over 20 years. It's time for me to get some exercise. Yi Fan raised the snake shadow sword with a sinister smile. Boom! Golden light flashed, and white light scattered. The snake shadow sword actually managed to block the inverse scale sword and Chiho blade, two divine weapons. These two weapons aren't bad, Yi Fan said with a smile as he used the snake shadow sword to block the blade and sword with one hand. But it's a pity that they're wasted in the hands of the two of you. As he spoke, Yi Fan waved his arm. With a whoosh, he actually forced Yi Kong and Fujiwara no Chico back by 30 feet. It's impolite not to reciprocate, Yi Fan said with a smile. It's my turn. As he spoke, he began to urge the snake shadow sword in his hand. The snake shadow sword let out a humming sound, and instantly, a blinding white light radiated from it, along with a chilling aura. Chico, don't hesitate, Yi Kong shouted. You and I will use our ultimate moves and restrain him in one move. Yi Kong said this because the two of them hadn't used their full strength earlier. They had done so because they were afraid of hurting Yi Fan. Now that Yi Fan had begun to urge the snake shadow sword, the two of them were well aware of the snake shadow sword's power. On top of that, Yi Fan was currently brimming with spiritual energy. If they didn't use their ultimate moves, they might not even be able to protect themselves, let alone restrain Yifan. Fujiwara no Chiko nodded. She slowly gripped the hilt of her sword with both hands and focused her mind, preparing to use her master Ito Fumio's famous move, the first form of the 1,000 executions, aerial slash. Ever since she learned the 1,000 executions, she hadn't used this move. She never thought that the first time she would use it would be against her husband. She slowly exerted her strength and began to condense her jinchi. Her clothes and long hair fluttered despite the lack of wind. The Chiho blade in her hand glowed with a white light, and the blade hummed continuously. Even though Yi Kong had told her to use her ultimate move, she was still afraid of hurting her lover. In order not to hurt Yi Fan, Fujiwara no Chiko turned her blade so that the blade faced backwards and the back of the blade faced forwards. At this moment, Yi Kong had also increased his Xiantian origin energy to 80%. Under the urging of his Xiantian origin energy, the inverse scale sword let out a humming sound. Golden light burst forth, and Yang energy went berserk, illuminating an area of 3 zhang around Yi Kong. Yi Kong's hair and beard fluttered, making him look like a deity. Yi Fan still had a sinister smile on his face. Under his urging, the serpent shadow sword emitted an extremely domineering cold energy. A thick layer of ice began to form on the ground within 3 zhang around Yi Fan. But even so, Yi Fan was still not satisfied. He smiled as he continued to urge the serpent shadow sword. Under his urging, the serpent shadow sword began to tremble slightly, releasing a white cold energy that poured down like a waterfall. A cold mist rose from beneath his feet, and white smoke billowed. It was as if he was riding on the clouds. The serpent shadow sword, the inverse scale sword, and the Chiho blade. The 3 peerless divine weapons emitted a golden light and 2 white light. A great battle was about to break out. Today, I'll show you the true might of the Frost Dragon. Yi Fan smiled as he abruptly increased his spiritual energy. The emerald in the eyes of the silver snake on the serpent shadow sword in his hand instantly emitted 2 rays of dazzling green light. Its red tongue also began to emit a dazzling red light. A pair of inch-long silver dragon horns slowly grew out of the snake's head. The Frost Dragon had been unsealed. As soon as the Frost Dragon sword was unsealed, the surrounding temperature immediately plummeted. All the pavilions, buildings, flowers, and trees within 100 zhang radius of Yi Fan were covered in a thick layer of ice. The entire back garden had turned into a world of ice and snow that was covered in silver. Looking at the cold air beneath Yi Fan's feet again, it suddenly surged like the turbulent waves of the ocean. At this moment, a high-pitched dragon's roar was heard, and the earth trembled. Following that, a huge dragon that was completely formed by the cold air with its eyes wide open, green eyes, silver claws, and was completely formed by the cold air, spiraling upwards. The dragon horns on its head were more than 3 feet long, and its huge body was more than 100 feet long. The Frost Dragon had been born. Its body was covered in auspicious air, and its 4 claws were auspicious clouds. After the Frost Dragon appeared, it immediately coiled around Yi Fan. Its dragon roar resounded, and its dragon whiskers fluttered in the wind. At this moment, Yi Fan had an evil smile on his face. The cold energy lingered around him, and the Frost Dragon was protecting him. White mist rolled under his feet, and he was like a god descending to the mortal realm. This scene shocked Yi Kong and Fujiwara no Chiko. They did not expect that Yi Fan, whose mind was controlled by the evil energy, would be able to unseal the snake's shadow sword so easily. They also did not expect the Frost Dragon sword to have such a majestic aura and such a soul-shaking power. Chiko, before he makes his move, hurry up and leave. Yi Kong shouted loudly. No, father. Fujiwara no Chiko was not inferior to a man. If I don't save Yi Fan, I won't go anywhere. As she spoke, she circulated the true energy in her body to 100%. Chiho's blade let out a joyous cry, and its murderous aura instantly went berserk. A white light burst forth, enveloping Fujiwara no Chico's entire body, making her look like a fairy from the heavens. Good. You are truly a good daughter-in-law of the Yi family, Yi Kong said loudly. Today we will fight side by side. As Yi Kong spoke, he also circulated the inverse scale sword in his hand to its limits. The yang energy of the inverse scale sword suddenly went berserk, and a golden light burst forth, forming a golden ball of light. Within the golden ball of light, Yi Kong's body was flowing with golden light, making him look like a Daluo golden immortal. Chico! Yi Kong shouted. Let's go. After saying that, he activated his movement skill and charged directly towards Yi Fan. At the same time, Fujiwara no Chico, who was wielding her Chiho S-blade, also charged towards Yi Fan. Two balls of light, one gold and one white, with long tails, shot towards Yi Fan like shooting stars. Chapter 96. After Yi Fan gave the order, the frost dragon coiled around his body began to move. However, what Yi Fan did not expect was that the majestic frost dragon did not rush towards Yi Kong and Fujiwara no Chico. Instead, it let out a loud dragon roar and suddenly wrapped itself tightly around Yi Fan's body, making it impossible for Yi Fan to move. Frost dragon. The smile on Yi Fan's face suddenly disappeared and was replaced by a look of shock. What are you doing? Are you stupid? I'll let you swallow them. The moment Yi Fan spoke, the frost dragon coiled its body even tighter, seeing that the two rays of light were about to reach him. Yi Fan snorted coldly and closed his eyes. Just as Yi Kong and Fujiwara no Chico's golden and white rays of light rushed in front of Yi Fan, the frost dragon coiled around, Yi Fan swung its tail and quickly slid across the ground. The huge dragon coiled around, Yi Fan instantly slid more than 3 feet to the left. At this time, the ground was covered with thick ice, so it easily avoided Yi Kong and Fujiwara no Chico's attacks. Fujiwara no Chico and Yi Kong were shocked when they missed. They originally thought that the frost dragon would definitely attack the two of them. Who would have thought that not only did it not attack them, but it also firmly trapped Yi Fan, who had evil energy in his body. This made them puzzled. The two of them stopped their attacks and carefully came in front of the frost dragon. Frost dragon. Yi Fan raised his head and scolded loudly. You bastard! How dare you disobey my orders? After saying that, he looked at Yi Kong and Fujiwara no Chico, his blood-red eyes revealing a terrifying red light. Don't think that I'm trapped by this bastard. You can't do anything to me. Yi Fan laughed evilly. Unless you kill me. How about it? Do you dare do it? Ha ha ha. Pa. Yi Kong swung his arm and gave a resounding slap to Yi Fan's face. Yi Fan, who was laughing, was caught off guard by this slap. Blood immediately flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Get out of my son's body. Yi Kong shouted angrily. Humph. Yi Fan smiled and licked the corner of his mouth. What if I don't? After saying that, he turned his head and looked at Fujiwara no Chico. Wife, can you bear to kill me? Slap. Fujiwara no Chico also slapped Yi Fan. Who's your wife? In the blink of an eye, Yi Fan was slapped twice by Yi Kong and Fujiwara no Chico. The slaps made Yi Fan's mouth bleed. His originally elegant and handsome face was now swollen. Ha ha! Yi Fan laughed and shook his head. You woman is really ruthless. Father, Fujiwara no Chico asked Yi Kong, what should we do now? Yi Kong reached out and tapped Yi Fan's body a few times. Yi Fan groaned, tilted his head, and fainted. Just as Yi Fan fainted, the ice dragon's gigantic body began to loosen. Yi Fan's body slowly slid down to the ice surface, and the cold dragon sword in his hand also dropped. After releasing Yi Fan, the gigantic ice dragon let out a long roar and instantly turned into a ray of extremely dazzling white light. The white light circled in the air 3 times before slowly entering the cold dragon sword on the ground. In the blink of an eye, the unsealed cold dragon sword turned back into the appearance of the snake shadow sword. Chico, watch him. I'll go find a chain, Yi Kong said as he quickly rushed into the sword furnace. After a while, he walked over with a black chain. Father, what are you doing? Fujiwara no Chico did not understand Yi Kong's intentions. Could it be that he wanted to tie up Yi Fan? However, how could a mere iron chain trap Yi Fan, who was brimming with spiritual energy? I specially forged this chain for Fan Air with meteoric iron mixed with steel. I originally thought that I wouldn't need it, but now it seems that it really came in handy, Yi Kong said as he let Fujiwara no Chico help Yi Fan up. Then, he used the meteoric iron chain to tie up the unconscious Yi Fan tightly. After tying him up, Yi Kong carried Yi Fan on his shoulders and entered the house. Fujiwara no Chico picked up the snake shadow, sword on the ground, and followed closely behind. After entering the house, Yi Kong directly tied Yi Fan to a thick pillar in the house. Then, he used his Xiantian Yuan Qi to seal a few of Yi Fan's major acupoints. Only then did he feel at ease. Father, what happened to Yi Fan? How could his mind be controlled by the evil Qi? Fujiwara no Chico asked. Sigh. Yi Kong sighed. Since things have come to this, I won't hide it from you. As he said that, he told Fujiwara no Chico everything that happened when Yi Fan was born. However, he didn't tell Fujiwara no Chico the true identity of the person who held the umbrella. He only mentioned it briefly. No wonder, Fujiwara no Chico said after listening to Yi Kong's explanation. Yi Fan was originally fine. However, when he heard that dog official wanted to search his body and look for father's ethereal sword technique, he must have been so angry that the evil Qi took advantage of it and controlled his mind. What you said makes sense, Yi Kong said. By the way, we're Granny and Xiao Zhao. They asked me to arrange a safe place for them. Fujiwara no Chico said. It was Yi Fan's idea. He suspected that Matsumoto Takeyoshi's men were among the people who came to search the house. In order to prevent them from finding out the situation here, he asked me to do this. Fan Air did the right thing. We must be careful. How about this? Yi Kong said to Fujiwara no Chico. Go and find Jin Chan and Xiao Zhao now. Granny has special skills and profound cultivation. She should be able to save Fan Air. Okay. Fujiwara no Chico stood up and said, I'll go now. Father, take good care of Yi Fan. I'll be here. Don't worry. Go and come back quickly. Yi Kong instructed Fujiwara no Chico. Fujiwara no Chico nodded. She handed the snake shadow sword to Yi Kong and left. Looking at Yi Fan tied to the pillar, his face swollen like a pig's head, Yi Kong frowned. He didn't know if Jin Chan could restore Yi Fan's consciousness. He looked at the snake shadow sword in his hand and thought back to the scene just now. He finally understood why Yi Fan had to use 90% of his spiritual energy to barely unseal the snake shadow sword. The reason was simple. The ice dragon was protecting its master. Under normal circumstances, Yi Fan might not be able to unseal the ice dragon, even if he used 100% of his spiritual energy. It was true that the ice dragon was protecting its master, but because it was sealed, it could only unseal itself to protect Yi Fan in an extremely dangerous situation. This was why when Yi Fan was fighting against Hattori Chihiro in the ancestral home, the ice dragon was unsealed when his spiritual energy was almost depleted. When he was fighting against Inji, Yi Fan's body was filled with spiritual energy. He didn't need the ice dragon to unseal itself to protect its master. Therefore, even when Yi Fan used 90% of his spiritual energy, the ice dragon was barely able to wake up. Just now, the ice dragon had obviously sensed that Yi Fan's mind was being controlled by the evil aura. Therefore, when Yi Fan used his spiritual energy to activate it, it unsealed itself and trapped Yi Fan at the crucial moment. At the same time, in the face of his and Fujiwara no Chico's attacks, the ice dragon quickly dodged in order to protect Yi Fan's physical body. This allowed him and Fujiwara no Chico to understand its intentions so that they could get rid of the evil aura in Yi Fan's body. It was truly a peerless divine weapon that loyally protected its master. In less than an hour, Fujiwara no Chico pushed open the door and entered with Jin Chan, who was frowning, and Xiao Zhao, who had an anxious expression on her face. As soon as she entered, Xiao Zhao saw Yi Fan, who was tied to a pillar by a meteoric iron chain. She cried and screamed as she rushed in front of Yi Fan and cried bitterly. "Brother Yi! Brother Yi!" Xiao Zhao cried as she wiped the blood from Yi Fan's mouth with her sleeve. "Brother Yi, wake up! I'm Xiao Zhao." Mother-in-law. Seeing Jin Chan enter, Yi Kong hurriedly got up. "Fan air, Jin Chan waved her hand. "No need to say more. Chico told me everything on the way here. Let me take a look at his condition first," Jin Chan said as she walked directly in front of Yi Fan. She first used her hand to lift Yi Fan's eyelids to take a look. As expected, his blood-red eyes were extremely frightening. "Xiao Zhao, don't cry. This kid won't die," Jin Chan said. "Master," Xiao Zhao sobbed. "Can Brother Yi still be saved? Demonic energy has entered his body. That's quite powerful." Jin Chan released Yi Fan's eyelids and said with a frown, "If he was invaded by external demonic energy, it would be easy to deal with." However, Fan Air's demonic energy did not come from external sources. Instead, he was born with it. After so many years, it has already merged with Fan Air's essence, energy, and spirit. Although it won't cause much harm to his body to expel this demonic energy. Jin Chan shook her head. "That won't be easy." "Mother-in-law," Yi Kong asked, "is there no other way? Forgive me for speaking bluntly. If I didn't guess wrongly, the demonic energy in Fan Air's body should have been sealed by an expert when he was born. Now that his spiritual power is abundant, and in a moment of anger, a strand of demonic energy took advantage of the loosening of the seal to squeeze out of the seal and occupy his beer. Fortunately, only a little of this demonic energy leaked out. Otherwise, if this demonic energy completely broke through the seal, not to mention Kong, or even if Chico, I, and that old thing Ian worked together, the four of us combined would still not be able to control him. Then, are we just going to let this demonic energy control Yi Fan without any way to recover?" Fujiwara, no Chico sobbed. "Mother-in-law, you must save him." After saying that, she knelt on the ground. "Child, get up first," Jin Chan said as she hurriedly helped Fujiwara, no Chico, up. "I will do my best. Don't cry first. Let me think about it." Fujiwara, no Chico, nodded with tears in her eyes. Then she got up. Jin Chan sat on the chair and frowned as she thought for a long time. Suddenly, she slapped her thigh and said to herself, "How could I forget about it? How foolish. What's wrong, mother-in-law? Could it be that Brother Yi can be saved?" Xiao Zhao hurriedly asked. "That's right, mother-in-law. What did you think of?" Fujiwara no Chico also asked anxiously. Jin Chan did not say anything. She directly left her seat and went to Yi Fan. Without saying anything, she reached out and began to remove the layers of clothes on Yi Fan's collar. Everyone was puzzled. They did not understand why Jin Chan would do that. "It's really like that." Jin Chan fiddled for a while before turning to ask Fujiwara no Chico, "Where's the flawless robe on him?" "Flawless robe?" Fujiwara no Chico was puzzled. "It's on me. What's wrong? Take it off quickly," Jin Chan hurriedly said. Fujiwara no Chico immediately took off her outer robe and slowly took off the flawless robe on her body. In everyone's eyes, Fujiwara no Chico's actions were somewhat inexplicable. Fujiwara no Chico did not have any robe in her hands. It was simply empty. Who would have thought that after Fujiwara no Chico finished taking off her robe, a white light immediately flashed in her hands. A robe as thin as a cicada's wings, emitting a soft white light, appeared in Fujiwara no Chico's hands. After seeing this, Jin Chan immediately took the robe from Fujiwara no Chico's hands and said to Yi Kong, "Kong, let go of this kid and take off his shirt." After Yi Kong heard this, he immediately began to untie the meteoric iron chain on Yi Fan's body. As soon as the iron chain was loosened, Yi Fan directly lay on the ground. Fujiwara no Chico and Xiao Zhao hurriedly helped Yi Fan sit up. After sitting up, Xiao Zhao supported Yi Fan, while Fujiwara no Chico began to take off Yi Fan's clothes. The two of them were very agile. After a while, Yi Fan's naked upper body appeared in front of everyone. When everyone saw the crescent moon mark on Yi Fan's back, they couldn't help but exclaim. Even Fujiwara no Chiko and Xiao Zhao, who had seen Yi Fan's back before, were shocked. The crescent moon mark on Yi Fan's back turned a bright blood-red color. It was very eye-catching. "Put the robe on him, quick," Jinshan hurriedly said. Just a corner turning red was already so powerful. If the entire crescent moon mark turned red, Jinshan didn't dare to think further. Fujiwara no Chiko and Xiao Zhao hurriedly put the flawless robe on Yi Fan. Once the robe was put on, it first disappeared without a trace, as if he was not wearing it at all. Then, a faint white light appeared, followed by a shocking scene. Through the translucent, flawless robe that was emitting a faint white light, everyone saw that the blood-red color of the crescent moon mark on Yi Fan's back was slowly fading away. In the end, it disappeared and returned to normal. After the blood-red color disappeared, the flawless robe also disappeared without a trace. "Put the robe on him," Jinshan said as she looked at Yi Fan's eyes again. Sure enough, the blood-red color in his eyes gradually faded and returned to normal. After Fujiwara no Chiko and Xiao Zhao helped Yi Fan put on the robe, they helped Yi Fan to a chair. "Kong Jinshan said, "he's fine for now. Release his acupuncture points." Yi Kong nodded and reached out to touch Yi Fan's body a few times. In less than the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Yi Fan slowly opened his eyes. "Brother Yi, you're awake." Xiao Zhao smiled happily with tears in her eyes. "You're finally awake," Fujiwara no Chiko said as she wiped her tears after seeing Yi Fan recover. "Silly boy," Jinshan said with a smile. "How was your sleep?" Yi Fan was still in a daze as he stared blankly at everyone. "Brat, why aren't you saying anything?" Yi Kong said. "Are you stupid?" "Father," Yi Fan said in a muffled voice. "When did you come back?" At this time, his face was swollen like a pig's head. He looked like a fat doll in a New Year's painting. His voice had become rough. His appearance amused everyone and made them burst into laughter. "Father," Yi Fan, who looked like a pig, said in a muffled voice as he touched his face. "Why do I feel like my face is burning with pain?" The effect of this sentence was even stronger than before. Everyone couldn't hold it in anymore and burst into laughter. "I seem to have been beaten by someone," Yi Fan said in a muffled voice. After hearing this sentence, everyone couldn't stand it anymore. They held their stomachs and laughed until their whole body shook. "Who beat me?" Yi Fan knew that he had been beaten up. He touched his swollen face and asked, "What's wrong?" Cough, cough, cough. Yi Kong cleared his throat and said seriously, "Fan you must be hungry. Father will go and get you something to eat." After saying that, he walked out of the door with his hands behind his back. As soon as he walked out of the door, he couldn't help but laugh again. Yi Fan, Fujiwara no Chiko, stopped laughing. "Father's cooking is not very good. I will go and see if I can get you some pig's head meat to nourish your body." At the mention of pig's head, Fujiwara no Chiko couldn't help but laugh again. She covered her mouth and rushed out of the room. "Granny Xiao Zhao." Yi Fan turned his head and asked in a rough voice, "What's wrong with me? Why can't I remember who beat me?" "Ha!" Jinshan laughed until her face was red. "We just arrived. You should ask your father and wife." After saying that, she pulled Xiao Zhao, who was laughing so hard, and said, "Let's go and try Chico's pig's head meat." "Ha ha ha." Xiao Zhao laughed so hard that she couldn't stand straight. She was dragged out by Jinshan. Chapter 97. That night, in Yi Fan's room. "I say, wife, you and father are really ruthless." On the bed, Yi Fan said as he used the bronze mirror to look at his own face. After applying the medicine that Jinshan gave him, the swelling on his face had disappeared a lot, but there was still some congestion. Ruthless? I don't think so. Fujiwara no Chiko combed her hair in front of the dressing table. "I didn't use any strength." "You didn't use any strength?" Yi Fan sat up and said angrily, "You hit me until I look like a pig's head, and you still say you didn't use any strength. If you used any strength, I would become Zhu Beiji." "Ha, let me see." Fujiwara no Chiko smiled and walked over to sit next to Yifan. She held Yifan's face and looked at it for a while. She smiled and said, "It's much better now. During the day, you were Zhu Beiji, but now you're not Zhu Beiji anymore." "Then what is it?" Yifan's voice was still a little muffled. "Little Zhu Beiji." Fujiwara no Chiko smiled. "Your husband was beaten like this by you, and you still have a mood to smile?" Yifan touched his puffy cheeks and said, "I'm just puzzled. How could you and Father Bear do it? You can't blame Father and me for this." Fujiwara no Chiko lifted the quilt and got into bed. She put the pillow on the bed and then leaned on it. "You don't know how dangerous the situation was at that time, and how scary it was when you lost your mind. Father and I hit you because we wanted to get rid of this evil spirit of yours. Do you think Father and I didn't care? So you're saying that I should thank Father and you?" Yifan asked. "Of course." Fujiwara no Chiko smiled. "There's no justice," Yifan said indignantly. "You and Father hit me twice, and in the end, I should thank the two of you. This is what they call beating is affection, and scolding is love. Do you understand?" Fujiwara no Chiko said with a smile. Yes. You did the right thing. It's all my fault, okay?" Yifan said. "All right. Wasn't I very powerful back then?" He had heard from his father that when he was controlled by the evil chi, not only did he manage to unseal the snake shadow sword, he even managed to lure out the frost dragon. This was something that he had never thought would happen. He never thought that after the snake shadow sword was unsealed into the frost dragon sword, the frost dragon would appear. What was even more unexpected was that the frost dragon would protect its master and bind him, who was filled with evil chi. When Yikong explained to him why the snake shadow sword was in a different state compared to when it fought with Inji in the ancestral mansion, Yifan understood why the snake shadow sword did this. To tell the truth, he really wanted to see the frost dragon appear to protect its master with his own eyes. Unfortunately, with his current spiritual chi cultivation, he could only barely awaken the frost dragon sword. It was impossible for him to make the frost dragon appear. Back then, you weren't Yifan at all. You were like a demon king. Fujiwara no Chiko still had lingering fears when she thought about it. If the frost dragon hadn't trapped you, who knows what would have happened? Perhaps Father and I would have lost our lives. I only remember that I wanted to kill that young official. Yifan recalled the situation and said, "After that, when they surrounded me and wanted to search me, in a moment of anger, I was prepared to take that dog of an official's life. In the end, my consciousness suddenly became blurry and I gradually lost consciousness. After that, I don't know anything else. You were controlled by the evil chi, so of course you don't remember." Fujiwara no Chiko said, "This time, it's all thanks to that flawless Taoist robe. Otherwise, I'm afraid you would still be tied to the pillar. Brother Kim once said at our wedding," Yifan recalled, "this flawless Taoist robe is invulnerable to swords, spears, water, and fire. He also kept me in suspense, saying that this precious robe had another great benefit. Now, it seems that this great benefit must have the effect of strengthening one's body, dispelling evil chi, and stabilizing one's mind. Didn't Father say before he left that you should wear this flawless Taoist robe every day to prevent the evil chi from attacking you again?" Fujiwara no Chiko said, "Speaking of Father, there's something I can't figure out. Why did Father rush back when you just returned from the ancestral home? This time, the confiscation of property involves all the branches of the Yi family, and the Spring Festival is just a few days away." Yifan also lifted the quilt and got into bed. This time, such a big thing happened in the Yi family. Not only Father, but also the heads of all the branches will gather at the ancestral home to discuss what to do next. This time, the confiscation of property must be caused by Matsumoto Takeyoshi behind the scenes. Fujiwara no Chiko said, "The Yi family has been removed from office and seized power. Matsumoto Takeyoshi's power in the imperial court has become stronger." Speaking of Matsumoto Takeyoshi, Yifan asked Fujiwara no Chiko, "Among the people who came to confiscate property this time, did you find anyone from Fusong?" "I didn't find anyone from Fusong," Fujiwara no Chiko said, but I found one person very strange. Oh, Yi Fan asked. Was it the person wearing the purple-red Qilin official robe? You also noticed? Fujiwara no Chiko asked. Yes. Yi Fan said. That person didn't say a word after entering the Yi residence. He was completely different from that dog official in the official robe who was bossing people around. Moreover, when that young official mentioned the ethereal sword technique, there was obviously a greedy look in his eyes. You're right, Fujiwara no Chiko said. This person is definitely not simple. At that time, when the other officers and soldiers were scared out of their wits, this person was extremely calm. Judging from his footwork, this person's cultivation level is not low. He should be one of Matsumoto Takayoshi's people. Yi Fan said, the purpose of coming to the Yi family is firstly to investigate the situation and secondly, to obtain father's ethereal sword technique. Impossible, Fujiwara no Chiko shook her head. It's not wrong to investigate the situation, but it's impossible for him to obtain father's ethereal sword technique. Why? Yi Fan looked at Fujiwara no Chiko. Think about it. His current identity is an official of the imperial court. How could he easily reveal his true identity? Fujiwara said, as for whether or not he is one of Matsumoto Takayoshi's people, we can't say for sure. After all, there are many people who covet father's ethereal sword technique. Later, I'll ask Uncle Yi-chun to investigate this person's background. After all, he used to be an official in the imperial court. He should know this person's background. Yi Fan said as he lay down on the pillow and covered himself with a quilt. Father, when will you be back? Fujiwara no Chiko asked. The soonest he can come back is after the Lantern Festival, Yi Fan replied. Then what should we do during this period of time? Fujiwara no Chiko said as she put down the pillow and supported her head with one hand. Rest, eat, drink, and play. Yi Fan put his arm behind his head. The mine is gone, and there's no need to make weapons. The pawn shop is also gone, and we can't do business. What else can we do other than rest? I'll take you to the temple fairs and see the local customs. You can do whatever you want. Haha, you're quite optimistic, Fujiwara no Chiko said with a smile. Don't forget the homework father gave you. What homework? Yi Fan turned his head to look at Fujiwara no Chiko and asked. Father told me to temper your temper during this period of time, Fujiwara no Chiko said with a smile. Copy the Heart Sutra 100 times every day and recite the article on the response of the Taishang 30 times. Father will check when he comes back. Oh my God. Yi Fan immediately sat up. Copy the Heart Sutra 100 times? How long will it take? I have to recite the article on the response of the Taishang 30 times. Father, I'm your son. Yi Fan looked up at the sky and sighed, then lay down heavily on the bed. He sighed and frowned. Ha! Father is doing this for your own good, Fujiwara no Chiko said with a smile. It's because you're father's son that father treats you like this. Also, father has already turned a blind eye to it, so don't complain anymore. Turn a blind eye? Yi Fan looked at Fujiwara no Chiko. What do you mean? Think about it, Fujiwara no Chiko said with a smile. Although father told you to recite the article on the response of the Taishang 30 times every day, father doesn't know if you've read it or not. Father did this on purpose, my silly husband. Oh, Yi Fan said with a smile. I couldn't tell. You can see through father's thoughts. Even I, his son, can't see through it, but your daughter-in-law can see through it. Of course, Fujiwara no Chiko said proudly. Even so, reading the Heart Sutra 100 times is enough for me, Yi Fan said with a sigh. The Heart Sutra doesn't have many words, so reading it 100 times isn't that difficult. Fujiwara no Chiko comforted Yi Fan. It's easy for you to say that, Yi Fan said with a bitter face. Try writing it in ancient seal characters. Fujiwara no Chiko deliberately sighed and said, Chinxia wants to help, but I can't. Master taught me Chinese, but I don't know how to write ancient seal characters. I can't help you with this. Even if you want to help me copy it, you can't, Yi Fan said with a bitter smile. Your handwriting is completely different from mine. When Father comes back, he'll know. I know Father's temper. When that time comes, Father will definitely punish me to copy it 1,000 times or two. He might even copy the article on the response of the Taishan. When that time comes, I'll be finished, Yi Fan said with a sigh. The Great Ming Dynasty will have another ambitious ancient seal character calligrapher. Puffed. Fujiwara no Chiko couldn't help but laugh when she heard this. Actually, Father should let you draw. That way, it wouldn't be so boring. Draw? That's a good idea, Yi Fan said. But being punished to draw and taking the initiative to draw are two different things. You won't be able to draw anything good if you're punished to draw. You won't have the leisure to draw. What if you draw me? Fujiwara no Chiko smiled and said, Will you have the leisure to draw me? That's a different story, Yi Fan replied with a smile. Then in the future, draw a portrait of me, Fujiwara no Chiko said. After you're done, give it to me. In the future, when I'm old, I can look at my current appearance. Shameless, Yi Fan said with a twitch of his mouth. Why don't you draw a portrait of the two of us? Why do you have to draw yourself? Buffed. Fujiwara no Chiko laughed out loud. You look like a pig's head now. If I draw you, people will say that you're a flower inserted in something. Who are you calling cow dung? Yi Fan turned his head and asked Fujiwara no Chiko after hearing this sentence, gritting his teeth. I didn't say cow dung, Fujiwara no Chiko said while holding back her laughter. You said it yourself. Are you gloating over my misfortune? Yi Fan squinted at Fujiwara no Chiko, who was breathing out like orchids, and said with a smirk. No, Fujiwara no Chiko said quickly when she saw Yi Fan's expression. Absolutely not. I was just joking with you. Let me ask you, Yi Fan said as he turned around and straightened his body with his arms. He put his head in front of Fujiwara no Chiko and asked, You hit me today, right? Yes, Fujiwara no Chiko blurted out and then quickly shook her head. No. What's wrong? Yi Fan said with a smirk. I can't beat you into a pig's head, Fujiwara no Chiko said seriously. This is all Father's fault. If Father didn't start it, I wouldn't have hit you. But then again, if Father hit you and I didn't, your face would be asymmetrical. That would be even uglier. Yi Fan's face began to turn pale. So I should thank you, my wife, Yi Fan said as he slowly moved closer to Fujiwara no Chiko's face. His hands also began to move. No, Fujiwara no Chiko said hurriedly. You and I are husband and wife. There's no need to thank me. Fujiwara no Chiko avoided Yi Fan's hands. Let me ask you again, Yi Fan said with a smirk. Do I look good now? Yes, Fujiwara no Chiko nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Handsome and elegant. Although your face is still a little pig's head, the flaws can't obscure the beauty. Pig's head, right? Yi Fan suddenly covered the two of them with a quilt. Then give birth to a litter of piglets for me. Chapter 98. New Year's Eve. Yi family residence. The huge long table was filled with delicacies, wine and delicacies. Around the long table, the heads of more than a dozen branches, except for Yi Kong and Yi Chun, were all frowning. They lost their positions, their power was taken away, their homes were confiscated, and their pawn shops were closed. Even if dragon liver and phoenix marrow were placed in front of them, they would still be unable to swallow it. What's wrong? Why aren't you eating? Yi Yun, who was sitting at the head of the table, asked. After everyone heard this, they helplessly picked up the chopsticks on the table and symbolically took a few mouthfuls of food before putting down the chopsticks in their hands. I understand your feelings. Yi Yun put down his chopsticks and said slowly, The Yi family has been loyal for generations, but now you have been charged with the crime of privately minding money and conspiring against the law. Among you, some lost their positions, some lost their wealth, but let me tell you, the Yi family's foundation is still there. What is the foundation? You are the foundation of the Yi family, Yi Yun shouted. Not to mention the fact that you made preparations in advance and transferred the important assets away, even if you didn't. So what if all your assets were confiscated? With the Yi family's ability, how difficult would it be to make a comeback? After everyone heard this, they all took a deep breath. Yi Yun's words struck a chord in their hearts, and the haze in their hearts began to dissipate. Look at yourselves, take a good look. Ah. Yi Yun stood up and paced around, looking at everyone. To think that you are the elites of the Yi family, the pillars of the family. You can't even take such a small blow. You usually wear silk and satin, eat delicious food, and are used to living a life of luxury. Why? Are you bewitched by these things? I think this time's confiscation of your homes is good. It has made you all sober. Why is the Yi family so famous in the Jianghu? Why do you win the respect of the people? Because of money? Those nobles are richer than the Yi family. But why don't they have such a reputation? Why are they being criticized by the people behind their backs? Because of their ability to forge weapons? Zhujiang's Wang family is also a family of weaponsmiths. But why don't they have the same status as the Yi family? Let me tell you, you are the Yi family. Not those people who seek fame and fortune, no. As Yi Yun spoke, he picked up the wine on the table and drank in one gulp. The Yi clan's achievements today are not only because of our power, nor is it because of the weapons we forge. It's because the Yi clan respects the heavens and the earth and has a clear conscience. Yi Yun said loudly as he patted his chest. Among the crowd, there are people who shed tears. Think about the Yi ancestor. Think about it. Yi Yun picked up the flagon and filled his cup. Think about how the Yi family got their hands on the weaponsmithing manual. Think about why the Yi Yun clan was protected by the heavenly dragon. Speaking up to this point, Yi Yun suddenly raised his voice and slammed his palm heavily on the stone table. Have you forgotten all these? On the stone table, there was a palm print that was half an inch deep. Everyone stood up and left their seats. They knelt on the ground and wept bitterly. Master! One of them straightened up and cupped his hands towards Yi Yun. You are right. We were blinded by fame and fortune. We have let our ancestors down. We have let you down. Phew! Yi Yun let out a long breath. All of you stand up. All of you stand up. Hearing this, everyone stood up but did not sit down. They all lowered their heads. Ever since Yi Yun became the master of the Yi clan, this was the first time he had been so angry. Yi Yun's words pierced through everyone's hearts like steel needles. Yi Yun was right. The Yi clan was able to obtain the weaponsmithing manual because they were benevolent and righteous. The Yi clan was able to obtain the heavenly dragon's protection because they did not forget their original intentions. They knew how to repay kindness. Now that they were used to a life of luxury, these things had long faded from their hearts. Now that they thought about it, they suddenly regretted it and felt ashamed. Because of Yi Yun's words, everyone found the Yi clan's original intentions. Sit down. Yi Yun saw that everyone had repented and was deeply gratified. Only then did everyone sit back in their seats. Come, today is the spring festival. Yi Yun raised his cup. Let's not talk about those troublesome things. Let's raise our cups and celebrate the new year. After saying that, he downed his cup. Hearing this, everyone raised their cups and drank. The atmosphere became relaxed again. Then, everyone toasted Yi Yun. Yi Yun did not refuse. After more than 10 cups of wine, he was still talking and laughing. He was not drunk at all. The banquet lasted for 3 whole hours. The next day, the first day of the new year, early in the morning, everyone set up incense tables and worshipped 3 animals. After worshipping the ancestors, Yi Yun led everyone to the ancestral hall where the heavenly dragon was worshipped. Unexpectedly, when everyone was kowtowing to the jade snake, a strange scene happened. The incense in the incense burner in front of the jade snake broke in half. At the same time, everyone heard a swishing sound coming from Yi Yun's residence next door. It was the sound of a weapon being unsheathed. After seeing the incense break in half, everyone frowned. On the first day of a new year, an incense breaking in half was an ominous sign. After seeing this, Yi Yun also frowned. He hurriedly lit 3 new incense sticks and replaced the previous 3. He prayed loudly, Benefactor, if the Yi clan is in trouble, please protect the Yi clan. After saying that, he knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times. Everyone else did the same. They bowed and kowtowed again. After leaving the heavenly dragon ancestral hall, Yi Yun hurried to his residence. Everyone followed closely behind. When Yi Yun opened the door, the scene in front of him made Yi Yun and everyone else suck in a breath of cold air. The snow thread sword hanging on the wall was already half a foot out of its sheath. The sword emitted a white light that illuminated the entire wall. Yi Yun went forward and took the sword. He put the snow thread sword back into its sheath and then walked to the meeting hall with a worried expression. Everyone else followed behind him in silence. On the way, Yi Yun did not say a word, his brows tightly knitted. The incense breaking in half was already an ominous sign. The unsheathing of the snow thread sword made him feel even more uneasy. Since ancient times, divine weapons had a saying that they sounded a warning. The reason was that divine weapons had been tainted with humans for a long time. After a long time, they became spiritual and could be closely related to their masters. They could sense their master's safety in advance. The snow thread sword was a divine weapon among divine weapons. When it was unsheathed, something big must have happened. After the group arrived at the meeting hall, they all sat down. No one spoke. Everyone was the heads of the various branches. They were all experts in forging weapons. They all understood the signs of the sword being unsheathed. Coupled with the broken incense, everyone felt deeply uneasy. They all looked at Yi Yun, waiting for Yi Yun to speak. Yi Chun, Yi Yun said with his brows tightly knitted. Here. Yi Chun stood up and said, Go release all 33 bronze men and adjust them to the second level. Also, activate all the mechanisms and stand guard at the front door. Once he said this, everyone was shocked. The secret of the bronze men was only known to the great head and the heads of the various branches. They understood that the second-level bronze men were in attack mode. The bronze men of this level were extremely powerful. They were invulnerable to swords and spears. Coupled with sharp and excellent weapons, they could be said to be invincible. At this time, the head ordered the bronze men to be released and adjusted to the second level. Furthermore, all the mechanisms were opened. The crisis of the situation could be imagined. As everyone thought this, they touched the magnets on their bodies. Ever since the incident at the ancestral home, Yi Yun had secretly instructed Yi Chun to change all the magnets in case of any accidents. Currently, only Yi Yun and the heads had these magnets. The rest of the Yi clan didn't know and still had the magnets from before. Yes. After Yi Chun heard this, he cupped his hands and bowed before walking out of the meeting hall. The bronze men were passed down from their branch. Although Yi Yun also had the blueprint of the bronze men's creation, when it came to mechanisms, no one could compare to Yi Chun. Yi Kong, Yi Yun said. Here. Yi Kong stood up and said, Go to Yi Chun now and take 4 bronze men to the back door of the ancestral home to guard it. Yi Yun said, If something happens, don't fight. Quickly report it. If an expert really attacked here, the back door was the most dangerous place. Among the heads, Yi Kong's cultivation was the highest, so Yi Yun had Yi Kong stand guard there. For safety's sake, he had him take 4 bronze men. Yes. Yi Kong bowed and walked out of the meeting hall. The rest of you, take your weapons and go to the weapon armory to get a set of golden silk soft armor. Then come with me to guard this place. Yi Yun said, Yes. Everyone said in unison. In the following time, everyone followed the prescribed order and made their own preparations. After they were ready, everyone gathered in the meeting hall again with weapons in hand. Sabers, spears, swords, and halberds. However, until the sun set, nothing happened in the ancestral home. Just as everyone was rubbing their hands together in the meeting hall, Yi Chun and Yi Kong pushed open the door and walked in. When everyone saw Yi Chun and Yi Kong, they thought that someone was attacking from the front and back door. They all picked up their weapons and stood up. What's going on? Yi Yun asked when he saw Yi Chun and Yi Kong's calm expressions. Head of the house, an imperial edict has arrived outside the door. Yi Chun said, An imperial edict? Yi Yun was puzzled. They had just raided the house. What imperial edict was there now? How many people did they send? Yi Yun asked. 2 people. Yi Chun said. One is Chief Eunuch Huang Ting. The other is the current imperial advisor, Wooden Taoist Xianji. Imperial advisor? Yi Yun frowned. Xianjizi? That's right. Yi Chun replied. You two stay here for now. Yi Yin stood up. Yi Chun, Kong, follow me to receive the edict. After speaking, he led Yi Kong and Yi Chun out of the meeting hall. When Yi Yun led Yi Kong and Yi Chun to the ancestral home, he saw two people waiting in the distance. However, what puzzled Yi Yun was that the two people were not wearing court robes. Instead, they were dressed casually. One of them was an old man in his 50s. He wore an apricot yellow robe and cloud-walking shoes. His eyes were bright and his hair was tied up in a bun. The other person wore an official's hat. He had fair skin and long fingernails. He had an eccentric air about him. It was obvious that he was a eunuch. I didn't know that Imperial Advisor had arrived. Please forgive me for not going out to meet you, Ian said as he bowed. Yi Kong and Yi Chun also bowed. Huh, no need to be so courteous. Rise, rise. The yellow-robed old man laughed. The three people stood up and stood with their hands by their sides. This time, I came on the Emperor's secret edict, the yellow-robed old man said as he stretched his hand behind him. The eccentric eunuch immediately took out a yellow scroll from his sleeve and respectfully handed it to the yellow-robed old man. The yellow-robed old man took the imperial edict and directly handed it to Yi Yun. Yi Yun immediately knelt on the ground and raised his hands above his head to receive the imperial edict. After receiving the imperial edict, Yi Yun stood up and opened it. After reading it, he handed the imperial edict to Yi Kong and Yi Chun to read. Yi Kong and Yi Chun took the imperial edict. After reading it, Yi Kong rolled it up and handed it to Yi Yun. Yi Yun took the imperial edict and put it away. I have something to say to Master Yi. The yellow-robed old man turned his head and said to the eccentric eunuch, You leave first. Yes. The eunuch responded with a croaky voice and walked 10 zhang away. Master Yi, seeing the eunuch walk away, the yellow-robed old man immediately lowered his voice and said to Yi Yun, The Emperor ordered me to secretly summon the three of you to meet in the Imperial Garden on the night of the Lantern Festival. There is something important to discuss. Dare I ask, Imperial Advisor, why did the Emperor secretly summon the three of us? Yi Yun asked. Master Yi, please look at your right hand. The yellow-robed old man said with a smile. After hearing this, Yi Yun knew it was inconvenient for the yellow-robed old man to say, so he put his right hand in front of the yellow-robed old man. After seeing this, the yellow-robed old man directly used his index finger to write a character on Yi Yun's palm. After he finished writing, he said, Do you understand? I understand, Yi Yun said as he withdrew his right hand. Good. The yellow-robed old man returned to his normal tone and said, I have already brought the Emperor's edict. Please carry it out as soon as you receive it. I will take my leave. After he finished speaking, he turned and left. The head eunuch in the distance saw the Imperial Advisor leave and immediately ran over. He followed behind the yellow-robed old man and soon disappeared from the three people's sight. Father, what did the Imperial Advisor write on your hand? Yi Kong asked. Song, Yi Yun replied. After hearing this, Yi Kong and Yi Chun were shocked. Yi Kong had already told Yi Chun about Matsumoto Takeyoshi. After Yi Chun heard this, he was also shocked. No wonder he always felt there was a strong power in the court. After hearing Yi Kong say this, he knew the truth of the matter. It seems the Emperor has already investigated Matsumoto Takeyoshi's power in the court. This time, he secretly summoned us to discuss this matter. Yi Chun said, Are you sure this person is the Imperial Advisor? Yi Kong asked. I am sure. Yi Chun said, I also recognize that Imperial Court. I have also seen the Imperial Edict. There is no problem. Father, what should we do? Yi Kong asked. We can only go again. Yi Yun said, Otherwise, we will be going against the Imperial Edict. That would be a capital offense. Also, the Emperor has just trusted us. If we don't go, won't the Emperor be suspicious? But the sign just now, Yi Chun was skilled in the secret arts of yin and yang. He knew that this sign was not normal. Even if it is a dragon's pool or a tiger's den, we still have to go, Yi Yun said. In a few days, we will immediately leave and enter Jing ahead of time. Yi Chun, Yi Yun said to Yi Chun, "You are more familiar with the situation in Jing. You will leave ahead of time and secretly observe the situation in Jing and find a way out." Yi Chun replied, "Don't worry. This time, we will all bring weapons with us." Yi Yun said calmly, "Just in case." Yi Kong replied. Yi Chun also nodded in agreement. The three returned to the discussion hall. They told everyone about this matter. When they learned that the emperor had secretly summoned the three of them into the palace, everyone expressed their disagreement. "Master," one of them stood and said, "the common saying is right. Accompanying the emperor is like accompanying a tiger. Yi Chun, you know this better than anyone. Now that the sky dragon is warning and the snowy wisps have come out of their sheaths, Master, you have to think twice." These words are reasonable. Another person also stood and said, "They just confiscated our property and summoned you into the palace. It can't be anything good. They must have found that the amount of property confiscated is not right, so they summoned you into the palace to ask about this matter." After the others heard this, they all expressed their agreement. "I have made up my mind. You don't need to say more." Yi Yun said, "The imperial edict has been issued. Not going is going against the edict. This is a capital offense. If it is not handled well, the entire family will be executed. It is better to go." "Then what if there is danger?" Someone asked. "Master, you have to be on guard." "I know what to do." Yi Yun stood up and said seriously, "Master's order." After everyone heard this, they immediately stood with their hands at their sides, waiting for Yi Yun to give the order. "You all immediately leave." Yi Yun said, "Return to your residence and take all of your belongings, wives, children, and children. Disguise yourselves and leave the great Ming dynasty overnight. Everyone will move to Tubo. If someone tries to stop you, bribe them with money. If it really doesn't work, then use force. Remember, without my secret signal, no one can take a step into the great Ming dynasty." After everyone heard Yi Yun's order, they looked at each other. Ever since the Yi family became famous, this was the first time they had received this kind of order. "What? You all don't want to accept the order?" Yi Yun asked. "We obey." Everyone immediately said in unison, "Yi Chun, you are in charge of hiding the 33 bronze men and jade snake statues in the ancestral home. After hiding them well, adjust the bronze men to the second level and let the bronze men guard the jade statues." Yi Yun said to Yi Chun, "Yes." Yi Chun replied, "You all can leave now." Yi Yun said to everyone. After everyone heard this, they immediately dispersed. "Yi Kong, Yi Chun, you two should leave immediately too." Yi Yun said, "Come back here after you have arranged everything at home." "There's no need, father." Yi Kong said, "The family now has Yi Fan, Chico, Xiao Zhao, and Jin Chan. They don't have many people, and they also have cultivation. There's no need for me to go back personally. I just need to send a messenger pigeon to let them know. I'll stay here." "Master," Yi Chun also said, "I still have a secret residence in the capital. I'll go hide the bronze men and jade statues now, and then leave for the capital. After I've arranged everything, I'll stay in the capital to check on the situation. After I figure out the situation, I'll wait for you and Brother Yi there." "That's good too." Yi Yun said, "How about this? We'll meet at Shun Er's place on the 13th of the first month." "Okay," Yi Chun said to Yi Yun and Yi Kong. "Then I'll go do it now." After saying that, Yi Chun left. Chapter 99. The second day of the first lunar month. Noon. Night mansion. "Wife, come over here and massage my shoulders." Yi Fan walked out of the study as he stretched his neck and sat down on the chair. "I'm so tired. How many times have you copied?" Fujiwara and No Chico walked over with a cup of tea and handed it to Yi Fan with a smile. "I've only copied it over 60 times since this morning," Yi Fan said with a sigh. "Copy it 30 times in the afternoon and the rest at night." Fujiwara, No Chico rubbed Yi Fan's shoulders. "Forget it." Yi Fan took a sip of tea and said, "I'll rest for a while and quickly copy it. The sooner I finish, the sooner I can rest. I don't want to stay in the study all day. By the way, where are Granny and Xiao Zhao?" Yi Fan asked with his eyes closed. Granny is teaching Xiao Zhao spells. I can't be there, so I'm reading in the room. Fujiwara no Chico said. It's the second day of the first lunar month. Yifan said, I wonder how the discussion at the ancestral mansion is going. Flap, flap, flap. As Yifan was talking, the sound of flapping wings came from outside the window, followed by the cooing of a pigeon. It's a carrier pigeon. Yifan immediately put down the teacup in his hand and got up to open the window. Sure enough, a gray pigeon was standing on the windowsill with a small bamboo pipe tied to its leg. Yifan picked up the pigeon and untied the bamboo pipe. He took out a roll of paper and released the pigeon. When he opened the note, he was shocked. What's wrong? Fujiwara no Chico saw Yifan's expression and hurried over to ask. Yifan handed the note to Fujiwara no Chico. Fujiwara no Chico was also shocked after reading it. Looks like something big is going to happen in the Yi clan. Yifan muttered to himself. What should we do? Should we go to the ancestral home to help? Fujiwara no Chico asked with a frown. There's still time, Yifan said after a moment of silence. Wait for me at home. I'll go to the Jintian escort agency. Why are you going to the escort agency? Fujiwara no Chico asked. Let the heaven-shocking escort agency escort the goods and directly transport them to Tubo. Yifan said, this is the most convenient and least eye-catching method. Is this safe? Fujiwara no Chico asked. The head of the Jintian escort agency is a good friend of my father, and his credibility is excellent. Yifan said, it shouldn't be a problem to give the things to them, and they have their own rules. Only a few people know what the goods are and where they are. Once the goods are lost during the escort process, they will compensate 3 times the price. That's a good idea. Fujiwara no Chico said, there's no time to lose, hurry up and do it. Yifan nodded and turned to leave the house. At the same time, Jinshan was teaching Xiao Zhao Miaojiang medical skills in the garden. Have you memorized all the chants? Jinshan asked Xiao Zhao. Yes, I have. Xiao Zhao nodded and replied. Jinshan nodded with a smile. Xiao Zhao was talented and intelligent. She could understand the chants as soon as they were taught. Jinshan saw this and was happy. At this time, a big magpie with a long tail flew out of nowhere and flapped its wings into the courtyard. It landed directly on Jinshan's shoulder and chirped. Master, I want to learn this. Xiao Zhao looked at the docile appearance of the flower magpie on Jinshan's shoulder and was very envious. Jinshan waved her hand and signaled Xiao Zhao not to make a sound, and then continued to listen to the chirping of the magpie. After listening to the sound of the magpie, Jinshan's face became more and more unsightly. The magpie flapped its wings and left Jinshan's shoulder and flew away. Master! Xiao Zhao saw Jinshan's face and hurriedly asked, What's wrong? Something happened in the sect. Jinshan said with a solemn face. Your Grandmaster summoned all the disciples to return to the sect immediately. Grandmaster? Xiao Zhao was shocked. Grandmaster is back. Yes, Jinshan replied. Even your Grandmaster was alarmed. The matter is definitely not small. You go and pack up now and come back with me. I'm going too. Xiao Zhao was surprised. Your Grandmaster summoned all the disciples. Since you are my disciple, you are naturally a disciple of my sect. Of course, you will come back with me to see your Grandmaster. Jinshan said. Yes, Master. Xiao Zhao nodded and said, I'll go pack up and go back with you. Xiao Zhao said and hurriedly returned to her residence. After packing up everything, the two of them went to Yifan's room and prepared to say goodbye. Chico, Jinshan said to Fujiwara no Chico, where is Fan Air? Is he still copying scriptures? After seeing Jinshan, Fujiwara no Chico immediately told Jinshan about Yikong's letter. After listening, Jinshan also frowned. What happened in the ancestral house that all the Yi family members have to move out of the Great Ming Dynasty? Yi Yin has always been reliable. Presumably, something big is going to happen. Chico, you and Fan Air must be careful. When he comes back, tell him that Grandma has something to do and has to return to Miaojiang. Grandma, you are leaving? Fujiwara no Chico hurriedly asked after listening. I don't want to hide it from you. I just received news that something big has happened in the Miaojiang sect, Jinshan said. Master summoned all the disciples to return to the sect immediately after receiving the news. Then Grandma, Xiao Zhao, you must be careful. Fujiwara Chico did not expect that at this juncture, something would happen to Golden Silkworm Granny's sect. It was true that misfortunes never came singly, and blessings never came in pairs. Sister-in-law, Xiao Zhao came over and took Fujiwara no Chico's hand. Tell Brother Yi for me that we are leaving. You and Brother Yi must be careful. Xiao Zhao, you can rest assured. Fujiwara no Chico patted Xiao Zhao's hand. When this matter is over, your Brother Yi and I will go to Miaojiang to see you. Xiao Zhao nodded. There is no time to lose. Xiao Zhao, we should go. Jinshan said as she turned and walked out of the door. Xiao Zhao followed closely behind. Fujiwara no Chico sent them to the back garden. Jinshan took out the red paper palanquin and red paper boots from her arms. She recited an incantation and then threw the palanquin and red paper boots on the ground. The palm-sized palanquin immediately became as tall as a person. The two pairs of red paper boots also stood on the ground one after the other. Jinshan turned and said to Fujiwara no Chico, Chico, you and Fan Air take care of yourselves. Tell him to be calm in the face of trouble. He must not be anxious. Grandma, you can rest assured. Fujiwara no Chico nodded and said. Jinshan turned and lifted the curtain of the palanquin and entered the red palanquin. Sister-in-law, I am leaving, Xiao Zhao said as she also entered the palanquin. Fujiwara no Chico nodded. After the two people entered the palanquin, the red palanquin slowly floated up. After adjusting its direction, it immediately rose into the air. A red shadow rushed straight to the sky. It was not until the sun set that Yi Fan returned to the Yi residence. How'd it go? Fujiwara no Chico asked. It's all done, Yi Fan said. You can rest assured. Where's Grandma and Xiao Zhao? Why don't I see them? Granny said that there was an emergency in the Miaojiang sect. Granny's master ordered all the disciples to return to the sect immediately. The two of them returned to Miaojiang not long after you left, Fujiwara Chico said. Misfortune never comes alone. Yi Fan sighed. Then what about us? Fujiwara no Chico asked. Are we also going to Tubo? We are not going, Yi Fan said. We will wait here and deal with all changes by sticking to the status quo. Yi Fan said as he got up and went to the window. At this time, the wind was blowing outside, causing the window to tremble slightly. Yi Fan frowned and looked out of the window in a daze. He did not know what happened in the ancestral home. It actually made his grandfather Yi Yin order the clan to move out of the Great Ming dynasty. Coincidentally, something also happened in Miaojiang. Moreover, it also alarmed Jinshan's master. It could be seen that the matter was not a small matter. Chapter 100. 15th day of the first month. Lantern Festival. Night. The Forbidden City was brightly lit with lanterns and colored banners. The common people of the city flooded the streets, bringing their entire families to admire the lanterns, guess the riddles, and eat the Lantern Festival. It was very lively. In the crowd, 3 people wearing bamboo hats seemed to be in no mood to appreciate the lively scene in front of them. They passed through the crowd and came to the entrance of a remote alley. Seeing that there was no one around, the 3 took off their bamboo hats. It was none other than Yi Chun, Yi Yun, and Yi Kong. Master, Yi Chun said, I've already checked the layout of Jing. Other than the addition of several hundred brocade guards, everything is the same as before. I've also found an escape route. It's all tree-lined paths. It's very safe. Yi Yun nodded. It's about time. Let's go to the Imperial Garden now. As he spoke, he used his movement technique. The tips of his feet touched the ground, and he went directly to the roof. Yi Kong and Yi Chun followed closely behind and also went up the wall. The 3 used the land flying technique. In less than 15 minutes, they arrived outside the walls of the Imperial Palace. When the 3 reached the corner of the wall, they did not stop at all. They directly jumped over the wall. At this time, most of the people in the imperial palace had gone to look at the lanterns. Only a few eunuchs and guards on duty remained. The three of them moved around and arrived at the back garden without a hitch. The three hid in the bushes and carefully observed the movements in the imperial garden. They saw a person wearing a dragon robe sitting on a stone bench in a pavilion not far away. Other than that, there was no one else. After they looked carefully and saw that there was no ambush, they directly walked out. They tidied their clothes and slowly walked to the pavilion. "Greetings to His Majesty," Yin said while kneeling on both knees. Yi Kong and Yichen also kneeled on the ground. However, the emperor did not turn around. He remained silent with his back facing them. "Greetings to His Majesty." Yin thought that the emperor was distracted and did not hear what he said. The emperor still did not turn around. He maintained his original position and did not say a word. The three of them looked at each other, not knowing why the emperor didn't say a word or move. Yin faintly felt that something was not right. He indicated for Yi Kong and Yi Chun to get up. He also got up and walked over to the emperor to see if the emperor was asleep. Who would have thought that when he got closer, Yin would be so shocked that he was flabbergasted. How was this an emperor? This was a little eunuch who was wearing a dragon robe and had his acupuncture points sealed. The little eunuch was so scared that tears were streaming down his face. He wanted to make a sound, but his acupoints were sealed, so he couldn't make a sound. "Oh no, we've been tricked!" Yin hurriedly shouted to the two people behind him. "Let's go!" He immediately jumped out of the pavilion and prepared to return the way he came. Yi Kong and Yi Chun hurriedly followed behind Yin, but it was too late. All they heard was the sound of a cannon, and the sound of killing shook the heavens. Hundreds of guards rushed in from the front and back doors. They wore heavy armor and held spears in their hands. The frontmost row held shields, and spears forged of steel protruded from the gaps between the shields. These soldiers were the imperial court's imperial guards. They were well-equipped and well-trained. The moment they appeared, they surrounded the three of them so tightly that not even a drop of water could slip through. "Get on the wall," Yin hurriedly shouted. Who would have thought that just as he finished speaking, the wall, which was several zhang tall, was already filled with archers with arrows knocked on their bowstrings. Seeing this, the three of them immediately drew their weapons. Yi Kong drew the inverse scale sword that shone with a dazzling golden light. Yi Kong drew the snow thread sword that was as resplendent as snow. Meanwhile, Yi Chen's weapon was neither a saber nor sword. Instead, it was a large needle that was over a meter long. It wasn't an exaggeration to call it a needle. It had a thick head and a thin tail, a needle tip and a needle nose. The thickest part was as thick as the hilt of a sword, while the thinnest part was just a speck of light. Its entire body was brilliant and dazzling. This was none other than Yi Chen's unique weapon, the absolute pin needle. Back when Yi Chun had participated in the ancestral worship ceremony, he had taken out this needle and showed it to the other heads of the Yi clan. It had immediately caused a roar of laughter. Someone said, "Yi Chun, are you thinking of embroidery?" Someone else said, "Yi Chun, are you custom-made this for your wife?" Someone else said, "Yi Chun, don't tell me you've gone crazy from wanting to forge a divine weapon." Everyone roared with laughter, but only Yi Yin didn't laugh. He took Yi Chen's needle, and after looking at it carefully for a while, he said three words that made everyone unable to laugh anymore. "A good weapon." Puzzled, the crowd asked Yi Chun to demonstrate the power of the absolute pin needle. Yi Chun smiled and led the crowd to a large boulder that was more than 10 feet tall. Yi Chun stood about 10 feet away from the boulder and threw the absolute pin needle in his hand into the air. The absolute pin needle drew a beautiful arc in the air. Then the needle tip turned around and landed on the side of the boulder, stabbing into the ground. The tip of the needle had left an extremely thin scratch on the side of the boulder. Other than that, the boulder was as good as new. Everyone laughed. Some said, "Yi Chun, your throw of the needle wasn't very accurate. Why don't you throw it again?" Some said, "Yi Chun, your needle is quite sharp. Look, even the boulder has been scratched by your needle." When the rest of the people heard this, they laughed. There were also people who advised Yi Chun Yi Chun, you should properly study your mechanism information and yin and yang secret techniques. Don't waste your time on weapons. You're not cut out for this. Yi Chun smiled but did not say anything. He directly walked in front of the boulder and pointed a finger at the boulder. With a boom sound, the boulder was evenly split in two and fell to the ground. Everyone was so shocked by this scene that their jaws almost fell to the ground. They were speechless for a long time. Yi Chun gently pulled the absolute pin needle from the ground and floated away in front of everyone's incredulous eyes. From then on, Yi Chun's absolute pin needle became famous in the Yi clan. No one doubted Yi Chun's ability to forge weapons anymore. Yi Yin had once said in public that it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to break Yi Chun's absolute pin needle. Later on, Yi Chun obtained scholarly honors and entered the imperial court as an official. Since then, no one had seen him use this needle. Now that the situation was critical, Yi Chun directly pulled the absolute pin needle out of its sheath. "How dare you, Yi Yin?" A voice came from the wall. "You dare to bring a weapon and attack the imperial palace at night." Fortunately, this preceptor had great foresight and set up this inescapable net. Now you can't escape even if you have wings. Hurry up and put down your weapons and surrender. When the three people saw that person, they immediately gnashed their teeth in hatred. The person who spoke on the wall was none other than the yellow-robed elder who gave them the imperial edict. State Preceptor Xianji. "Old man, you dare to falsify the imperial edict." Yi Chun angrily scolded. "How should you be punished?" The yellow-robed elder sneered. "Nonsense. You are armed with sharp weapons and trespass the imperial palace with the intention of assassinating His Majesty. Your crimes are punishable by death. 9 generations of execution." Xianji. Yin took out the imperial edict from his bosom. "The imperial edict is here. You still dare to speak nonsense." "Humph." The yellow-robed elder laughed. "You still dare to fabricate an imperial edict. How dare you? Come, capture them for me. If they resist, kill them without mercy." When the heavily armored soldiers heard the order, they began to slowly close in the encirclement. They used their shields to block the front and extended their spears through the gaps between the shields. They gradually closed in on the 3 people in the center. "Master," Yi Chun shouted, "what should we do?" "Charge out," Yi Yin shouted. As he spoke, he used his movement technique and activated the snow thread sword in his hand. The snow thread sword instantly shone brightly. Yi Yin moved with the sword, and the sword moved with him. The snow thread sword, enveloped in a white light, drew a circle in the air. With a rustling sound, the sturdy shields, sharp spears, and even the heavy armor were all cut apart by Yi Yun's sword chi and fell to the ground. Even so, not a single person was injured. Yi Yin didn't start a massacre. Before the soldiers could even react, Yi Kong's Xiantian origin chi had already been activated. The soldiers only felt an invisible force pressing down on them like a landslide, forcing the hundreds of soldiers to retreat more than 10 steps. What was even more inconceivable to the soldiers was that this force was growing stronger and stronger. In the end, the soldiers were pressed to the ground, unable to even stand up. They didn't know that Yi Kong's Xiantian origin chi was known as the strongest internal martial art. Yi Kong, who had received the old beggar's teachings, had already cultivated his Xiantian origin chi to the point of perfection. How could a mere few hundred soldiers stop him? Originally, Yi Kong was prepared to use the inverse scale sword to repel the enemy. However, seeing that Yi Yin didn't start a massacre, he didn't use the inverse scale sword either. "Useless things," State Preceptor Xianji scolded from the top of the city wall. "Release the arrows." As soon as he gave the order, hundreds of archers released the bowstrings in their hands. Hundreds of sharp arrows rained down like a torrential downpour. Yi Yin immediately held his treasured sword and gathered his sword aura, preparing to use it to knock down the arrows. Yi Kong also gathered his Xiantian origin chi, preparing to use a protective light sphere to envelop the 3 of them. However, just as the 2 of them were gathering their chi, Yi Chun struck with his absolute pin. He used the absolute pin in his hand to quickly draw a line on the ground in front of the three of them. The sound of stones cracking could be heard. More than 10 huge, thick stone slabs on the ground were instantly lifted by Yi Chen's absolute pin and flew toward the sharp arrows that arrived in the blink of an eye. Clanging sounds could be heard as the rain of arrows was blocked by the huge stone slabs, falling to the ground one after another. However, after the stone slabs blocked the rain of arrows, their strength didn't diminish at all. They continued to roll towards the archers on the city wall. Among the three of them, Yi Chun was the most infuriated. Among the Yi family, only he knew the state preceptor Xianji. He was also the only one who could distinguish the authenticity of the imperial edict. Xianji took advantage of this point of his and caused the three of them to be surrounded. Burning with anger, he didn't show any mercy. He directly used his strength to make the huge stone slabs smash towards the city wall. He couldn't wait to smash that treacherous state preceptor into meat paste. The archers on the city wall were all well-trained. When they saw the huge stone slabs coming towards them, they instinctively jumped down from the city wall. State Preceptor Xianji didn't dare to be negligent when he saw the stone slabs flying towards him. He tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and soared into the air, avoiding the huge stone slabs flying towards him. Boom, boom, boom. More than a dozen huge stone slabs weighing hundreds of kilograms landed on the city wall, forcibly creating a huge gap in the wall. Immediately, dust and smoke rose up everywhere. Now is the time. After Yi Yun gave Yi Kong and Yi Chen a look, he immediately used his movement skills and rushed towards the gap. Yi Kong and Yi Chen understood tacitly and used their movement skills at the same time. They followed closely behind Yi Yun and rushed over. After landing, State Preceptor Xianji had just stabilized himself when he saw three people rushing out from the billowing dust. Although he had a cultivation base, he was still no match for the three of them. In addition, the three of them were burning with anger at the moment. They were like a hot knife through butter. He didn't dare to fight them head-on. He tapped the ground with the tip of his foot again and leaped back into the Imperial Garden. After rushing out of the Imperial Garden, the three of them didn't dare to stop for even a moment. One must know that this was the Imperial Palace. Just the guards alone numbered in the thousands. Even if they couldn't withstand a single blow, they had the advantage in numbers. As the saying goes, a good tiger can't withstand a pack of wolves. The three of them displayed their abilities and used their movement skills to the extreme. Three shadows rushed forward and forcibly rushed out of the Imperial Palace. Chapter 101. In a dense forest on the outskirts of the capital, three figures were quickly moving through the forest. "Father, it's about time," Yi Kong said to Yi Yun as he used his movement technique. "We're already safe." Yi Yun, who was charging at the front, thought for a moment and then steadied himself. Yi Kong and Yi Chun behind him also stopped. "We'll rest for 2 hours," Yi Yun said. "After 2 hours, we'll continue on our way." Yi Kong and Yi Chun nodded. The bonfire was lit and the three people gathered around it. It was strangely quiet, and only the crackling of the dry wood could be heard. "This is all my fault." Yi Chun broke the silence. "I didn't think that Xuanji, that old fox, would set a trap for us," Yi Chun said as he angrily broke off a branch and threw it into the fire. "This isn't your fault," Yi Yun said as he shook his head. "No matter what you do, it's wrong. If you don't go, you're going against the Imperial Edict. The Emperor will definitely suspect the Yi family. If you go, they've set up an inescapable trap for you. Fortunately, Father, you ordered the clan to move out of the Great Ming Dynasty in advance. Presumably, tomorrow morning, the court will punish you. Attacking the Imperial Palace at night and passing on a fake Imperial Edict. This is a capital crime punishable by the extermination of the entire clan," Yi Kong said. "It's clear that the Emperor doesn't know about this matter," Yi Chun said. "Otherwise, why would he make a fake Imperial Edict to trick us?" "You mean?" Yi Yun heard Yi Chen's words and asked with a frown. "The state preceptor purposely passed on a fake Imperial Edict behind the Emperor's back and then set up a trap for us to take the bait? But only the Emperor and the three of us know about this. There's no fourth person who knows. How did the state preceptor know? Could it be that the walls had ears that night? Impossible, Yikong said. I checked carefully that night. No one was eavesdropping. Then how did the news leak out? Could it be that the Emperor told the state preceptor? Yi Chun said, It shouldn't be, Your Majesty. Yi Yin said, If Your Majesty wants to kill us, doesn't need to go through so much trouble. He only needs to send a large number of soldiers to surround us. Why lure us to the imperial palace? As soon as he said this, the three of them immediately fell into deep thought. The more Yi Chun thought about it, the angrier he got. Irritated, he stood up and looked up at the starry sky. He had a habit of watching celebrities at night whenever he was upset. At this moment, the sky was filled with stars, and the sea of stars was vast. When he saw a few of the stars, he immediately cried out in shock, I see. Yi Kong and Yi Fan were confused by Yi Chen's words. They looked at Yi Chun in confusion. It's the Emperor, Yi Chen said excitedly. He returned to the fire. It's the Emperor who leaked the news. How can you be sure it's the Emperor? Yi Yin asked Yi Chun. Master, brother Yi look, Yi Chen said as he pointed at the stars in the sky. The Emperor's star is dim, the auxiliary star is bright, and the thief star is in the imperial palace. This means that someone is holding the son of heaven hostage and ordering the world. Moreover, this person is someone close to the Emperor. Xuanji? Yi Yin said. Yes, it must be him, Yi Chun said. The current Emperor is fond of the Tao. This is something that everyone knows, and Xuanji is well versed in the Tao. He pleases the Emperor in every way, so he was made the state preceptor. Now it seems that he is the one holding the Emperor hostage. You mean to say that the Emperor is currently being held hostage by Xuanji? Yi Kong asked. Yes, Yi Chun said. Xuanji must have used some unknown method to control the Emperor and forced him to reveal this matter. Then he forced the Emperor to secretly summon us, and then captured us in order to achieve his unspeakable goal. What do you mean by the thief star entering the imperial palace? Yi Kong asked. Someone wants to take the throne and replace the Emperor, Yi Chun replied. Matsumoto Takeyoshi, Yi Kong said with a frown. It seems that the truth of the matter has already surfaced. Ian stood up and paced back and forth with his hands behind his back. From the current situation, it seems that Xuanji and Matsumoto Takeyoshi have already joined hands. Perhaps Xuanji is one of Matsumoto Takeyoshi's people. He is holding the Emperor hostage to order the officials, forcing him to secretly summon the three of us into the imperial palace for a secret discussion. Then he is setting a trap to capture us and obtain what he wants from us. What can he obtain from us? Yi Chen asked. Isn't it obvious? Yi Kong said. The reason he secretly summoned the three of us is to obtain the Yi clan's weaponsmith manual, my ethereal sword technique, and your crouching dragon book. Fortunately, other than the three of us, the rest of the Yi family has already moved out of the Great Ming dynasty. Otherwise, Ye Chun did not finish his sentence. Father, there is actually one thing I haven't told you, Yi Kong said. What is it? Yi Yin asked. Fan Air and Chico didn't leave. Yi Kong's tone softened. They are still at home. I know even if you don't say it. Yi Yin patted Yi Kong's shoulder and said, I understand what you are thinking. You want to keep them outside. If something happens to us, Fan Air and Chico can still find out about our whereabouts. With his current abilities and Chico and Jin Chan, it shouldn't be difficult to save the three of us. Am I right? Yi Kong smiled after hearing this. No one knows a son better than his father. He was absolutely right. The earliest would be tonight, the latest would be tomorrow morning. Yi Chen said with some worry. There will definitely be a large group of people rushing to the various branches of the Yi clan. Nephew Yi Fan will be fine, right? Nothing will happen. You can rest assured. Yi Yin said, It's been a while since you've seen Fan. He's no longer the same as before. Yi Chen looked at Yi Kong after hearing this. Yi Kong nodded. Master, what should we do next? Yi Chen asked. I will take you to a place, Yi Yin said. Let's settle down first. There's no time to lose. We should hurry. Yi Yin flicked his sleeves and the raging bonfire was immediately extinguished. "Where?" Yi-Chen asked. "You will know when we get there," Ian said as he used his movement skill again. The three of them continued to fly in the dense forest. That night, Night House, Yi Fan and Fujiwara no Chico had already gone to bed. However, Yi Fan tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. He put his hands behind his head and stared at the ceiling in a daze. He didn't know what was going on at the ancestral house. Yikong only told him to transfer the family wealth on the note. He didn't explain what had happened. He also didn't ask him to go to Tubo with Chico. Instead, he told him to wait and see. What had happened? What couldn't be explained in a note? Was he afraid that he would act recklessly after knowing the truth? He had a premonition that this matter wasn't normal. The more Yifan thought about it, the more he couldn't fall asleep. Thus, he simply got up and went to the table to pour a cup of herbal tea. Just as he put the teacup to his mouth, he heard a dull sound enter his ears. Right now, his five senses were different from ordinary people. Without using his spiritual power, he could hear the sound of embroidery needles falling to the ground from dozens of feet away. He put down his chopsticks and teacup and pricked up his ears. He circulated his spiritual power to his ears and carefully listened to the sound that entered his ears. However, once he heard it, his expression changed greatly. "Why aren't you sleeping?" Fujiwara no Chico felt that Yifan wasn't by her side. She sat up in bed in a daze. "Quick!" Yifan suddenly pulled Fujiwara no Chico's hand. "Don't sleep. Come with me." As he spoke, he pulled Fujiwara no Chico off the bed. "What's wrong? It's the middle of the night." Fujiwara no Chico was confused. "What are you doing? A large group of people is coming. Quickly put on your clothes," Yifan said as he picked up Fujiwara no Chico's clothes and stuffed them in her hands. "Don't just stand there. Quickly." A large group of people? Fujiwara no Chico woke up with a start. She quickly put on her clothes and asked. She saw that Yifan was so nervous. She knew that Yifan's five senses were very sharp. He must have heard something unusual. "Don't ask first. Come with me," Yifan said as he carried Fujiwara no Chico's knife case on his back. Then, he pulled Fujiwara no Chico's hand and directly opened the door. They went outside the room. "Let's go to the roof," Yifan said as the tip of his foot touched the ground. He pulled Fujiwara no Chico up to the roof. The roof had an yin side and a yang side. After the two of them went up, they immediately went to the yin side and squatted down. "What happened?" Fujiwara no Chico asked in a low voice. "Shoo!" Yifan put his finger to his mouth and made a shushing gesture. He whispered, "Listen." Fujiwara no Chico immediately pricked up her ears and carefully listened to the movement outside. Her cultivation was not low. Although her five senses were not as sharp as Yifan's, they were still several times sharper than ordinary people. After listening, Fujiwara no Chico immediately understood why Yifan was so nervous. From the sound, not only did she hear heavy and rhythmic footsteps, she also heard the chaotic sound of horse hooves. Outside the door, there were at least 1,000 heavily armored soldiers and over 100 war horses marching towards them. So many people have come. What are they going to do? Fujiwara no Chico asked in a low voice. With such a large formation, and coming at night, it can't be anything good. Yifan said. Then why are we hiding here? Can't we just leave? Fujiwara no Chico asked doubtfully. Although there was a large group of people coming, with the couple's cultivation, it was not difficult for them to leave quietly. Don't you want to know what's going on? Yifan turned his head and whispered. They are definitely here because of Father. It won't be too late for us to leave after we figure it out. Fujiwara no Chico nodded after hearing that. The heavy footsteps were getting closer and closer. They had already arrived at the door. They're here, Yifan said as he and Fujiwara no Chico lowered their heads. Clang! The vermilion door was directly knocked open from the outside. After the door was knocked open, a large number of heavily armored soldiers immediately rushed in. In an instant, the house that Yifan and his wife were in was surrounded by 3 layers. The outermost layer of soldiers was holding a thick and solid shield that was taller than a person. The second layer was soldiers holding long spears. Countless long spears made of fine steel stretched out through the gaps of the shield, shining with a cold light. The third layer was a dense group of archers who were lying in ambush on the walls of the courtyard. Not only that, with his sharp eyes, Yi Fan also saw dozens of people wearing green flying clothes and holding spring-embroidered sabers. These people were expressionless, but their eyes were sharp. They were valiant and capable, and their temples were slightly bulging. At a glance, one could tell that they were experts in both internal and external cultivation. Chapter 102. As Yi Fan was speaking, 3 people came in from outside the door. Each of them was riding a tall horse. The one in the middle was wearing a golden bullfighting suit, a white jade belt, and a gold-winged official hat. He looked to be in his 40s and had a serious expression. The one on the left was wearing a red python robe, a white jade belt, and a white jade belt. He was in his 30s and had fair skin. He wore a long fake nail inlaid with gold and jade on his left pinky finger. He had thin eyes and a cold smile on his face. The one on the right was wearing a yellow flying fish robe, a golden crown, and 2 golden embroidered spring sabers, one long and one short, at his waist. He was in his 30s, tall and sturdy, and had a cold expression. The 3 of them rode to the middle of the courtyard and stopped. Prime Minister Chun. The person in the yellow flying fish robe cupped his hands and said to the person in the middle, "This place has been heavily surrounded. We're just waiting for Prime Minister Chen's order." "Yes." The person in the middle wearing a bullfighting suit said to the person in the red python robe on the left, "Uniquely, have the people of the eastern sect arrived?" "Don't worry, Prime Minister Chun." The person in the red python robe said sarcastically, "I have ordered the eastern sect to set up an ambush outside this place. No one will be able to escape. It's just the Yi family. It's enough to have the left commander." He then said to the person in the yellow flying fish robe, "Am I right, left commander? Uniquely is too kind." The person in the yellow flying fish robe showed disdain and said with a smile, "But since Uniquely trusts us, the brocade guards, why did you let the people of the eastern sect set up an ambush outside?" Eunuch Lee's words are somewhat insincere. "Ha!" The person in the red python robe said with a smile, "I was afraid that left commander would be careless. As the saying goes, people make mistakes and horses stumble. I think left commander should understand this principle, right?" "Ha ha ha!" The official in the yellow flying fish robe laughed and said, "If I, a 7-foot-tall man, can't do it, then Eunuch Lee's incomplete body will be even more. Ha ha! How dare you make fun of me?" The sarcastic Eunuch Lee immediately flew into a rage when he heard that. "What a joke. I'm a 3rd-rank official of the imperial court. You're just a 4th-rank eunuch." The yellow flying fish official laughed. "Who's the bold one here? You. The man in the red python robe was so angry that his entire body trembled. He pointed at the official in the yellow flying fish robe eccentrically and shouted loudly, "The Emperor ordered me to take charge of the East Faction Depot and supervise your brocade guards. How dare you speak to me like this? You only have the right to supervise, but you don't have the right to govern." Humph. The official in the yellow flying fish robe sneered and said sternly, "I, Sui Shangfeng, have not violated any rules. Do you think I'm afraid of you?" "That's enough," said the man in the golden fighting clothes. "We're all working for His Majesty, so don't quarrel." He then turned to the man in the yellow flying suit and said, "Commander Zhua, I'll leave this to you." "Yes, Minister Chun." As he spoke, he waved his hand, and a person in a dark green flying suit quickly walked in front of him. "Order someone to light the torches. Take 10 brocade guards and rush in to arrest them." Zhua Shangfeng ordered. "If anyone resists, kill them without mercy." "Yes." The person in the dark green flying suit accepted the order. The torches were quickly lit, and the entire courtyard was immediately illuminated as bright as day. The person in the dark green flying suit led 10 brocade guards to the door with shining embroidered spring sabers. He kicked open the wooden door and rushed in. After a while, all of them came out. The person in the dark green flying suit went in front of the commander, bowed, and cupped his hands. "Commander, there's no one inside. It seemed that they just left. The blankets are still warm." "What? No one?" Zhua Shangfeng frowned. "Humph," Eunuch Li sneered. He waved his hand, and a person in brown clothes and black boots immediately came in front of him and knelt down on one knee. "Pass down the order. Seal off all the roads within a 10-mile radius and search carefully. Don't let anyone from the Yi family escape." Eunuch Li gave the order in a strange tone. "Yes, Eunuch." The person in brown clothes and black boots immediately went to carry out the order. "Immediately draw a picture and post it on all the roads." Zui Shangfeng also gave the order. "Notify the authorities to cooperate with the brocade guards to capture the criminal. Anyone who disobeys the order will be beheaded." "Yes, Commander." The person in the dark green flying suit quickly left with all the brocade guards to carry out the order. "I've left the matter to you guys, so I have nothing else to do." Prime Minister Chun in his golden bulldog official robe gave a long yawn. "This Prime Minister is a bit tired. Immediately report to me after you catch the person." "Yes." Eunuch Li and Zhua Shangfeng replied in unison. Prime Minister Chun turned his horse around and left the Yi residence with a large group of people. Eunuch Li and Zhua Shangfeng glared at each other, then also rode out of the Yi residence. The large group then left the Yi residence. "All right, everyone's gone." Fujiwara no Chiko saw that everyone was gone from the roof, so she immediately said to Yi Fan, "Let's not hide anymore. Let's go down." "You can't go down." Yi Fan lowered his voice and said, "Not yet." "Why?" Fujiwara no Chiko asked in a small voice. "You'll know in a moment." Yi Fan said, "The brocade guards and the Eastern faction guards aren't just for show. They've left this time, but they'll definitely secretly come back later to check again." "What? They'll come back?" Fujiwara no Chiko felt that it was inconceivable. Sure enough, in less than the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, two groups of people rushed into the courtyard. One group was from the Eastern faction guards, and the other group was from the brocade guards. After the two groups entered the courtyard, they directly rushed into the house and rummaged through the chests and cupboards. Then, they came to the courtyard and carefully checked every corner. After checking everything, everyone looked at the roof at the same time. Sure enough, it was like this. Fujiwara no Chiko inwardly exclaimed that it was a close call. Just now, it was very obvious that they had deliberately created an illusion and left in a hurry after a rough search. In reality, they were deliberately lulling them into thinking that they were already safe, and then they would come back for a surprise attack. What a treacherous scheme. Yi Fan, who was on the roof, had already expected this. Just as the two groups of people were carefully searching the courtyard, Yi Fan had already carried Fujiwara no Chiko with his spiritual power and soared into the air. Taking advantage of the pitch-black night, he directly soared into the sky and hovered there. Looking at the two groups of people, they used their movement techniques to jump up onto the roof with shining blades in hand and search back and forth. "I was right, wasn't I?" Yi Fan, who was hovering in midair, said with a smile. "These people are really cunning." However, Fujiwara no Chiko, who was in Yi Fan's arms, said with a smile, "You're even more cunning than them." Yi Fan smiled but didn't say anything. When the two groups of people on the roof saw that they couldn't find anyone, they jumped down one after another. After another round of careful searching, they finally left the night residence. "We can go down now," Yi Fan said as he slowly withdrew his spiritual power and slowly descended with Fujiwara no Chiko in his arms. "What do we do now?" Fujiwara no Chiko asked after they landed. "Do we go to the ancestral residence?" Yi Fan shook his head. Something must have happened at the ancestral residence. Father and the others are definitely not at the ancestral residence right now. "Then what do we do?" Fujiwara no Chiko asked. "I'll take you back to Phoenix Crime Mountain's Lingyun Cave first. That's the safest place right now," Yi Fan said. "Then, I'll go and find out where Father and the others are." "I'll go with you," Fujiwara no Chiko said. "My eyelids have been twitching these past few days. I'm afraid that there will be some kind of disaster. You can't leave me alone and go into danger alone. You and I are husband and wife. If we have to go, we have to go. If we have to go, we have to go. If we have to go, we have to go. Fool, you're dreaming about what you think about during the day, Yi Fan said as he stroked Fujiwara no Chico's long hair. You can't fly. It'll be inconvenient for me to bring you along. Once there's an enemy, I'll have to take care of you. In addition, Matsumoto Takeyoshi is still sending people to hunt you down. You're in more danger than I am. The Lingyun Cave has Brother Kim's barrier, so it's the safest place. I can only rest assured if you wait for me there. I don't want to. Fujiwara no Chico hugged Yi Fan. I want to go with you. I also have a cultivation base. I won't distract you. Listen to your husband. Yi Fan patted Fujiwara no Chico's back. Be good and stay in the Lingyun Cave. I'll find you as soon as I'm done with this matter. Fujiwara no Chico had no choice but to nod and agree. That's more like it, Yi Fan said as he scratched Fujiwara no Chico's nose. In that case, take this with you. Fujiwara no Chico said as she took off the blood jade phoenix necklace from her neck and handed it to Yi Fan. This way, I'll feel more at ease. That won't do. Yi Fan hurriedly blocked Fujiwara no Chico's hand. This is your family's heirloom. Father-in-law left it for you. I can't take it. Besides, this is your protective treasure. What will you do if you give it to me? Be good and wear it well. You're the closest person to me now. I can't lose you again. Fujiwara no Chico insisted on wearing the blood jade phoenix necklace around Yi Fan's neck. If you wanted to feel at ease, wear it. Yi Fan had no choice but to wear the blood jade phoenix necklace obediently. Isn't it just returning to Lingyun Cave? Yi Fan said. Why do you make it sound like we're parting forever? At most, it'll be half a month. No matter what happens, I'll go back to find you. At that time, Yi Fan said as he whispered a few words into Fujiwara no Chico's ear. Fujiwara no Chico's face instantly turned red all the way to her neck. Pervert. Fujiwara no Chico punched Yi Fan. Yi Fan said with a smile. There's no time to lose. I'll send you back to Foaming Mountain now. As he said that, he picked up Fujiwara no Chico by the waist and prepared to fly into the air. Fan air. The two of them were about to leave when a familiar voice came from outside. In the blink of an eye, Yi Kong had already walked in from outside. He held his right arm with his left hand, his face pale. His right arm was dark red. It looked like he was injured. Father. As Yi Fan spoke, he immediately put down Fujiwara no Chico and hurriedly ran to Yi Kong to support him. How did you get injured? What the hell happened? Where's grandfather? Don't say so much first, Yi Kong said with a pale face. We can't stay here for long. If you have anything to say, say it on the way. Come with me first. As he spoke, his face revealed a pained expression. Blood flowed out from his right arm again. Father, who hurt you? Yi Fan's heart ached for his father. He hurriedly said to Fujiwara no Chico, Chico, quick, go to the room and get some medicine for wounds. Quick. When Fujiwara no Chico heard this, she immediately turned around and ran into the room to get the medicine. Your grandfather, your Uncle Yi Chun, and I received a secret edict from the Emperor. We were to meet the Emperor in secret on the 15th of the first lunar month. Who would have thought? When Yi Kong said this, he suddenly looked behind Yi Fan and cried out involuntarily, Behind you! Did someone sneak attack them from behind? When Yi Fan heard his father's words, he immediately turned around. But what surprised him was that there was no one behind him. There was no one. Chapter 103. After an unknown amount of time, Yi Fan slowly opened his eyes. At this time, it was already noon, and the bright sunlight pierced his eyes painfully. He raised his head slightly and used his hand to block the sunlight. Then he blinked his eyes and tried his best to adjust to the light. When he saw his surroundings, he suddenly remembered everything that had happened last night. Chico. Yi Fan ignored the intense pain in the back of his head and struggled to get up from the ground. He pulled out the snake shadow sword from his waist and staggered into the room. The room was very messy and a complete mess. Yi Fan did not care about this. He was most worried about where Chico was and how she was doing. However, the sword case on the ground and Chico's sword on the side told him that something had happened to Fujiwara no Chico. The pool of blood on the ground made him even more shocked. Chico! Chico! Yi Fan screamed Fujiwara no Chico's name as he crazily searched for Fujiwara no Chico's shadow. But he searched everywhere and did not find Fujiwara no Chico's shadow. Chico! Chico! Yi Fan muttered as he searched the room again. Don't make a fuss, don't make a fuss. Yi Fan's mind was on the verge of collapse, and he was even a little delirious. Wife, come out quickly. Don't make a fuss. But no matter how he shouted or said, Fujiwara no Chico still did not appear in front of him. Chico! Chico! Yi Fan's lips trembled as he muttered to himself. With a plop, he fell to the ground. The wound on the back of his head was torn open again, and blood slowly seeped out. Yi Fan fainted again in the courtyard. When he opened his eyes again, it was already evening. He slowly sat up and sat there with a dull gaze. After a long time, Yi Fan let out a heart-wrenching cry. Ah! Yi Fan screamed at the sky. After shouting, he began to cry like a child. Ever since he was young, he had never been as sad as he was now, nor had he ever cried like this. He felt like he was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. His mind kept replaying Fujiwara no Chico's voice and smile, and there was still the scent of Fujiwara no Chico on his body. He hoped that this was just a dream, and that when he woke up, Fujiwara no Chico would still be by his side, pestering him and sticking to him. However, the piercing pain in the back of his head told him that this was not a dream, but a reality that could not be real. Yi Fan cried for 4 whole hours. He cried until tears of blood began to seep out of his eyes. He cried until his throat could no longer make any sound. At this time, it was already late at night. He stopped crying and sat there in a daze like a stone statue. After another 2 hours passed, Yi Fan slowly got up from the ground. He patted the dust off his body, picked up the snake's shadow, sword on the ground, and put it back on his waist. Then he walked into the room. After entering the room, he picked up Fujiwara no Chico's scabbard and put the Chiho blade back into the scabbard. Then he picked up a deformed and dirty pastry from the ground and began to eat it. After eating, he grabbed the half-broken teapot on the ground and poured the remaining tea into his mouth. Then he tore a piece of cloth from the bed and wrapped the wound on the back of his head. After wrapping the wound, Yi Fan began to carefully examine the room. He first looked at the wall that was completely cut through. Touching it with his hand, he found that the wall was completely penetrated. This scar was clearly caused by Fujiwara no Chico's Chiho blade. After looking at the scar, he began to examine the other traces of a fight in the room. There was only one trace of a fight in the room. It seemed that Fujiwara no Chico had already seen through the fakey Kong and attacked him. However, she was restrained by the fakey Kong in one move and was heavily injured. Because the blood was in a circle, it was obvious that it came from her mouth. If the blood was caused by a weapon, it would be in a line shape. After examining all of this, Yi Fan came to 3 conclusions. First, the fake Fujiwara no Chico obviously didn't kill her because it wouldn't take much effort to take away her corpse. Second, the fake Fujiwara no Chico's cultivation was very high. Even he couldn't do that. Moreover, the fake Fujiwara no Chico's target was Fujiwara no Chico, nothing else. The snake's shadow sword on his body, Fujiwara no Chico's Chiho blade, and the blood phoenix on his neck were all divine weapons and cultivation treasures. The fake Chiho ignored them. From this, it was clear that the fake Fujiwara no Chico's purpose was to kidnap Fujiwara no Chico. After analyzing all of this, Yi Fan began to sit cross-legged on the bed, preparing to circulate his spiritual power to the back of his head to heal his injuries. Chico was still alive, which calmed him down immediately. He made up his mind to heal his injuries first, and then go find Chico. However, when he began to circulate his spiritual power, he was shocked to find that the spiritual power in his sea of chi was less than 10%. Because the Yujin acupoint on the back of his head was injured, all the meridians in his body were damaged. The direct result was that the spiritual power in his sea of qi collapsed and dispersed into the air with his breathing. If he had woken up a little later, his sea of qi would have been empty. Helpless, Yi Fan could only open all the pores in his body again to absorb the spiritual power from the outside world and began to breathe in and out, gathering his qi again. However, when he closed his eyes, all he could see was Fujiwara no Chiko's shadow. He couldn't calm down at all. However, when he thought of Fujiwara no Chiko being seriously injured and in prison, waiting for him to rescue her, he clenched his teeth and forced himself to calm down. The most important thing for him now was to recover his spiritual power, then find Fujiwara no Chiko and cut the person who was pretending to be his father, who injured him and Fujiwara no Chiko into pieces. He used 3 days to recover 50% of his spiritual power. He didn't absorb the spiritual power from the Blood Phoenix, because he wanted to leave the spiritual power on it for Fujiwara no Chiko. Fujiwara no Chiko was seriously injured and needed spiritual power more than him. In these 3 days, other than eating and going to the bathroom, he only did one thing, which was to gather his qi. Fortunately, this house had been sealed by the imperial court, so no one came to disturb him. At first, he rested for 2 hours every day, but later, he didn't rest anymore. This was because when he fell asleep, he would dream of Fujiwara no Chiko. Every time, he would wake up from his dream. Later, he simply stopped sleeping. After 3 days, he had lost a lot of weight. His face was full of stubble, and he was a completely different person from before. On the morning of the 4th day, Yi Fan, who was sitting cross-legged, opened his eyes. He got up and went to the kitchen. Compared to the other places, the kitchen was not messed up. Yi Fan found a cold braised chicken and started to eat it in big bites. No matter what, he had to recover his physical strength first. After eating, Yi Fan felt tired. He hadn't slept for 3 days. If he wanted to recover his physical strength, he had to sleep. However, he was thinking about Fujiwara no Chiko, so he couldn't fall asleep. Helplessly, he stretched out his right hand and suddenly hit the sleeping acupuncture point on his neck. Then his body fell down, and he fell into a deep sleep. He slept for a whole day until it was dark. Then he slowly woke up. He got up and moved his body. He felt that he had recovered 80% of his physical strength. Seeing that he had more or less recovered, Yi Fan returned to the main room. He carried Fujiwara no Chiko's saber sheath and went to the courtyard. Using his imperial spirit power, he soared into the air and went straight to his cave, Fengming Mountains, Ling Yun Cave. He had already thought about it. His father and grandfather were definitely wanted by the imperial court at this time, and under such circumstances, their first choice of hiding place should be his own cave. The two of them had been to his cave before, so they were familiar with the route there. If he guessed correctly, they were already on their way to Fengming Mountain. The person who had disguised himself as his father and injured him. Since the person who kidnapped Chiko could transform into Yi Kong's appearance, he could definitely transform into his own appearance. If he transformed into his appearance and attacked them, they would be caught off guard. Chiko had already been kidnapped by him. He could not let his father and grandfather be deceived again. On the other hand, Jinshan had given them a pair of Qingfu insects at his and Chiko's wedding banquet. These Qingfu insects were in pairs. Even if they were thousands of miles apart, they could still find each other. One of them was with Fujiwara no Chiko, but the other was not with Yi Fan. It was placed in the cave. Now that Chiko's whereabouts were unknown, if he wanted to find her, he would have to rely on this Qingfu insect. Yi Fan was in a hurry. Along the way, he absorbed spiritual energy to replenish the spiritual energy in his sea of qi. The person who kidnapped Fujiwara no Chiko had an extremely high cultivation level. He should be Matsumoto Takeyoshi's subordinate. With only 50% of the spiritual energy in his sea of qi, Yi Fan was not confident that he could defeat the opponent. Therefore, Yi Fan seized every opportunity to continuously absorb spiritual energy and circulate his great cycle of qi to purify the spiritual energy and store it in his sea of qi. He used less than 6 hours to reach Fengming Mountain. He slowly withdrew his spiritual energy and landed at the entrance of the Lingyun cave. Thinking about how he and Fujiwara no Chiko had left happily, but now he was the only one who had returned here, Yifan's heart was torn apart again. He was now regretting it. If he had stayed with Fujiwara no Chiko in the Lingyun cave, so many things would not have happened. Yifan thought about it. With a wave of his hand, he opened the cave door and walked into the cave. Everything in the cave was the same as before. There were exotic flowers and herbs, tall bamboo and tall pine trees, pavilions and terraces. Yifan was not in the mood to appreciate it. He directly returned to the stone room and put down the knife case. Then he took out the bamboo tube that Jin-chan had given him from the stone box beside the bed. Inside the bamboo tube was the Qing Fu insect. Yifan put the bamboo tube into his arms and put Fujiwara no Chiko's knife case into the stone cabinet. Then he directly walked out of the stone room and quickly came to the cave entrance. There was no time to lose. Things would change if he delayed. He must immediately set off to find Fujiwara no Chiko. Yifan went out of the cave entrance. After closing the cave door, he took out the bamboo tube and opened the stopper. A green flying insect the size of a fingernail immediately flew out of the tube. After it came out, it stopped in the air for a while and then immediately flew into the sky. Yifan did not dare to be negligent. He immediately leaped into the air and followed closely behind this Qing Fu insect. The Qing Fu insect's speed was not slow. Fortunately, Yifan already had night vision. Otherwise, if it were someone else, they would have lost track of it. Just like that, the man and the insect flew straight towards the south at high speed. In less than an hour, the Qing Fu insect, which was flying at a constant speed, suddenly accelerated. Yifan's eyes lit up, and he was happy. It seemed that at this time, they were not far from Fujiwara no Chiko. He immediately increased his speed and followed behind. He could not wait to see his beloved wife. The Qing Fu insect flew at high speed for 30 minutes. After that, it began to reduce its altitude and flew towards the ground. Yifan looked down and found that he had come to a small town in the south. Looking from the sky, this town was not big. At most, there were a few hundred families. Because it was late at night, the whole town was extremely quiet. Occasionally, a few wild dogs barked a few times. The green beetle sped up its descent again and flew directly toward a large mansion. After Yifan saw it, he immediately increased his speed. He reached out and caught the Qing Fu insect in his hand. Then he took out the bamboo tube and put the Qing Fu insect into the bamboo tube. He already knew the specific location of Fujiwara no Chiko, so he did not need the Qing Fu insect to lead the way. If he let the Qing Fu insect fly into the house, he was afraid that it would attract other people's attention. After Yifan put the bamboo tube into his arms, he withdrew his spiritual power and gently landed on a big tree in the backyard of the house. He transferred his spiritual power to his eyes and carefully observed the house. His beloved wife was in this house. Although she was close, it was difficult to see her. Because Yifan knew that since Fujiwara no Chiko was in this house, then the master who disguised himself as his father, injured him, and kidnapped his beloved wife must be here. He must be very careful. He could not be careless. This house was very big. The inner and outer houses together covered an area of 5 or 6 acres. And there were many rooms. There were almost a dozen rooms in the east wing, west wing, front, and back rooms. After seeing the house clearly, Yifan transferred his spiritual power to his ears. Just like when he saved Xiao Zhao on the Great Snow Mountain, he wanted to directly use his hearing to find the location of Fujiwara no Chiko. Chapter 104. After hearing the voice of his beloved wife, the tearful Yifan was overjoyed. Ever since his beloved wife was kidnapped, the short 5 days felt like 5 years to him. In these 5 days, he had no appetite for food and thought about her day and night. He traveled thousands of miles, eating and sleeping in the open. The heavens did not disappoint the faithful. He had finally found the whereabouts of his beloved wife. Yi Fan took a deep breath and used his sleeves to wipe away his tears. He tried his best to calm his agitated heart down. Now that he had found the location of his beloved wife, all that was left was to rescue Fujiwara no Chiko as soon as possible. From the sound of her breathing, Fujiwara no Chiko's injuries were not that serious. Moreover, she was already asleep. This was great news for Yi Fan. He originally thought that Fujiwara no Chiko would be tortured, but now it seemed that Fujiwara no Chiko was locked up by them and did not suffer much. "Chiko, wait for me," Yi Fan thought in his heart as he lightly jumped down from the tree. He slowly pulled out the snake shadow sword from his waist and quietly walked to the east wing. Fujiwara no Chiko was inside, and she was alone. A heaven-sent opportunity. Yi Fan slowly inserted the snake shadow sword into the crack of the door. With a light slash, the wooden door was immediately cut in two by the sharp sword, and the wooden door opened. However, just as Yi Fan was about to open the door and enter, he suddenly heard a voice coming from the main room behind him. "Friend, since you are here, why are you being so sneaky?" With a creak of the door, a scholarly and handsome man wearing a green and gold official robe walked out of the main room with a sword in his hand. After Yi Fan heard this, he slowly turned around and walked down the stairs. He had been so stealthy, but he was still discovered by the other party. It seemed that this person was the one who had pretended to be his father, injured him, and kidnapped Fujiwara no Chiko. When enemies met, their eyes would turn red. Yi Fan did not say much and used his spirit energy to activate the snake shadow sword. He used his movement technique, and a cold white light shot out like an arrow towards the man wearing the official robe. The man smiled. Without any movement, his entire body instantly moved to the right, cleverly dodging Yi Fan's attack. Chua! The room behind the man was instantly covered in a thick layer of ice from the cold air of the snake shadow sword. Yi Fan's first attack was not successful, so his second attack came in the blink of an eye. His sword moved with him, and he moved with the sword. At the same time, he continued to activate the snake shadow sword. The cold air of the snake shadow sword suddenly increased, and the snake shadow sword drew a circle in the air. This was the ultimate move that Yi Fan had been practicing since he was young. Most people could dodge the first move, but they could not dodge the second move. This move was stable, accurate, and ruthless. The snake shadow sword's cold air and the high speed of Yi Fan's rotation were extremely powerful. If they were hit, they would die without a doubt. Yi Fan knew that this person's cultivation was not low, so he used a killing move right from the start. The man frowned and quickly moved back. In the instant that the snake shadow sword touched him, he retreated 5 feet away. What a nimble movement technique. Yi Fan saw that this person had easily dodged his move, so he decided not to tangle with him anymore. He directly used his ultimate move to repel this person, and then quickly took Fujiwara no Chiko and left this place. Thinking of this, he concentrated and used half of the spiritual energy in his Chi-Si to activate the snake shadow sword. The snake shadow sword seemed to have felt Yi Fan's determination and let out a clear cry. The cold air increased by 3 feet, and the white light shone brightly, illuminating 10 steps. Yi Fan's body also began to emit white cold smoke. In the blink of an eye, a 30-feet area under Yi Fan's feet was shrouded in cold air, and a thick layer of ice began to form. At this moment, there was a creaking sound as the door opened. Yi Fan took a closer look. A familiar figure pushed open the door of the east room and walked out. She had long hair, red lips, white teeth, and bright eyes. She was as pure as ice and as pure as jade. Her beautiful eyes were overflowing with color. It was none other than Fujiwara Chiko, the one Yi Fan yearned for day and night. "Chiko!" Yi Fan shouted loudly. "Come here quickly!" Seeing that his beloved wife was fine, Yi Fan shouted excitedly. God bless, his beloved woman was safe and sound. However, what Yi Fan did not expect was that Fujiwara no Chiko did not run towards him as he expected. Instead, she walked towards the man while looking at Yi Fan strangely. "Big Brother Zhou." Fujiwara no Chiko walked slowly to the man and spoke softly. "Who is this person?" Fujiwara no Chiko said as she looked at Yi Fan like he was a stranger. "Big Brother Zhou?" "What Big Brother Zhou?" Yi Fan's mind went blank. Ever since he met her, he had never heard her mention a Big Brother Zhou. What he did not expect was that Fujiwara no Chiko did not recognize him. Yi Fan had a bad feeling in his heart. "I don't know this person either," the man said to Fujiwara no Chiko. "He's holding a sharp sword in the middle of the night and sneaking into your room. I don't think he's a good person." After Fujiwara no Chiko heard this, her beautiful eyes immediately widened, and she looked angrily at Yi Fan. "Chiko," Yi Fan was burning with anxiety. "I'm Yi Fan, your husband. I'm here to save you. Come here quickly." "Nonsense," Fujiwara no Chiko shouted. "You've got the wrong person. I'm not Chiko, and I'm not your wife. You'd better leave quickly. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." After Yi Fan heard this, he felt as if a knife was being twisted in his heart. He did not know what this man had done to Chiko, but she did not even recognize her husband. "Chiko," Yi Fan said anxiously. "What did he do to you? Why don't you remember me? I'm Yi Fan, Yi Fan. Have you forgotten? I told you I'm not Chiko, and I don't know you," Fujiwara no Chiko said coldly. "You've got the wrong person. Leave quickly." "Are you stupid?" Yi Fan said loudly. "Take a good look at me. Take a good look at me." "Brother," the man said, "you must have mistaken her for someone else. This is my cousin, not the Chinzi you're talking about." "Bastard, what did you do to Chiko?" Yi Fan was burning with anger, and he activated the snake shadow sword in his hand. At this time, he had already made up his mind to kill. Under his control, the snake shadow sword shone brightly, and along with the cold air that filled the sky, it shot towards the man like a meteor. "Don't hurt my cousin." Fujiwara no Chiko saw Yi Fan charging towards her, and immediately pulled out the sword in the man's hand. With a shout, she blocked in front of the man. At this time, Yi Fan was less than 2 feet away from the man. Before the sword arrived, the cold air had already arrived. He was preparing to attack with all his might, but he did not expect Fujiwara no Chiko to suddenly appear. He loved his wife very much, and he could not bear to hurt Fujiwara no Chiko. He immediately withdrew his spiritual energy and stopped himself. But at this time, his spiritual energy was ferocious, and the cold air was abundant. Yi Fan suddenly withdrew his spiritual energy, and even the cold air was withdrawn into his chi-si in a moment of desperation. The snake shadow sword's light disappeared in an instant, and the cold air disappeared. Yi Fan only felt a sudden chill in his abdomen, and then he felt pain all over his body. He, who was still 5 feet above the ground, immediately fell heavily to the ground, right in front of Fujiwara no Chiko. Yi Fan, who had fallen to the ground, struggled to stand up. He had a pained expression on his face, but his eyes were filled with love as he looked at Fujiwara Chiko, who was standing before him. Fujiwara no Chiko was also confused by Yi Fan's actions. She did not understand why Yi Fan would do this, and only looked at Yi Fan with a puzzled expression. "Pooh!" Yi Fan spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body swayed a few times. His chi-si had been completely damaged. "Cousin, quickly get away from him." The man grabbed Fujiwara no Chiko's hand and took a few steps back. "Don't touch her hand." Yi Fan screamed at the top of his lungs. "Don't touch her." Yi Fan screamed at the top of his lungs, and with a wah sound, he spat out another mouthful of blood. This time his body swayed even more violently, and he almost fell. At this time, he was suffering the pain of his internal organs being corroded by the cold air, and the breath he exhaled was a cloud of white smoke, which was bone-chilling. "Cousin, I'll take care of him," the man said as he snatched the sword from Fujiwara no Chiko's hand. "Quickly go and report this to the authorities." "Cousin, let him go." Fujiwara no Chiko looked at the heavily injured Yi Fan and frowned. "I don't think he's a bad person. He must have mistaken me for his wife." You are my wife," Yi Fan stuttered as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Before he finished speaking, his body went limp, and he almost fell. He immediately used the snake shadow sword to support himself on the ground, trying his best not to fall. The originally soft snake shadow sword seemed to have a mind of its own, and became extremely straight without a trace of bending, supporting Yi Fan's weak body. "All right, this time, I'll give you face and let him go," the man said as he put the sword back into the scabbard. "You're Yi Fan, right?" Fujiwara no Chiko said as she took out a handkerchief and handed it to Yi Fan. "I'm Zhou Ruoli, not the Chiko you're talking about. You got the wrong person." Saying this, she stuffed the handkerchief into Yi Fan's hands. "You must really miss your wife. Go find her somewhere else." Saying this, she turned and said to the man, "Cousin, send me back to my room." Saying this, she turned and left. The man said as he looked at Yi Fan with disdain. The corner of his mouth revealed a trace of a proud smile, and then he turned and followed behind Fujiwara no Chiko into the room. At this time, Yi Fan was already corroded by the cold to the point that he couldn't speak, and tears flowed down his face. Because his entire body had been corroded by the cold, the tears that flowed out instantly turned into drops of ice. After falling to the ground, ice fragments scattered in all directions. His current mood was even more painful than when he hadn't found Fujiwara no Chiko. His beloved wife was right in front of him, but she didn't recognize him. She even pointed her sword at him for another man. This was the most painful thing in the world. Pooh! Yi Fan spat out blood again. This time, the blood he spat out was mixed with ice fragments. When it fell to the ground, it emitted cold smoke. The cold in his body had already begun to affect the flow of his blood. Yi Fan lowered his head and looked at the handkerchief that Fujiwara no Chiko had given him. The handkerchief was embroidered with mandarin ducks playing in water. He had bought it for her when he accompanied Fujiwara no Chiko to the temple fair during the new year. He didn't expect that today this handkerchief would fall into his hands in such a way. With trembling hands, he slowly put the handkerchief into his bosom and began to stagger toward the wall. This time, he understood the feelings of the young official that he had killed. His internal organs and blood vessels had been corroded by the cold, and his entire body was cold. His legs felt like they were filled with lead. Every time he moved, he had to think about how to move his legs. The bone-piercing cold made his entire body feel as if countless steel needles were piercing his bone marrow at the same time. However, this pain was not worth mentioning compared to the pain in his heart. In a short 5 days, his beloved wife, who had helped him in difficult times, had become like a passerby. This blow made Yi Fan feel as if he couldn't breathe. "I can't die. I can't die yet," Yi Fan thought to himself. He forced himself not to faint, and he constantly repeated these words in his heart. Chapter 105. A strong desire to live made Yi Fan force himself to walk to the side of the wall. Right now, it was difficult for him to even walk, let alone fly in the air. Yi Fan picked up the snake shadow sword and stabbed it into the wall. Then, he placed his entire weight on the sword hilt. The sharp snake shadow sword immediately pierced through the wall and created a crack. Yi Fan clenched his teeth and slashed 4 or 5 times before he was able to create a crack that was half a person tall. He used all his strength to crawl out of the crack and then walked outside step by step. He could not stop now, because the moment he stopped, the cold chi in his body would further corrode his blood. If that happened, he would die from his blood coagulation. Right now, he could only continuously move to create heat in his body and neutralize the cold chi in his body to ensure that he would not be frozen. Yi Fan walked for almost an hour before he could feel his legs again. Once he could feel his legs again, he quickened his pace and began to jog. 2 hours later, Yi Fan could finally move his body freely. However, even though he could move freely, his internal organs had been severely damaged by the frostbite. His chi, in particular, had been completely corroded by the frostbite. If it wasn't for the fact that his chi still contained more than half of his spiritual power, he would have been frozen into pieces by the raging frostbite. Once his energy sea was injured, Yi Fan could no longer use his spiritual power. Now that he could not use his spiritual power and his internal organs were severely injured, he could not even absorb the spiritual energy from the outside world. This was because the spiritual energy from the outside world had to return to his energy sea. Now, he was even weaker than an ordinary person. Even an ordinary martial artist could take his life. The sky was beginning to brighten. Yi Fan sheathed the snake shadow sword at his waist and arrived in front of an inn. This inn was not big and looked unremarkable. At this time, the door was already closed, and the words closed were hung on the door. Pa, pa, pa. Yi Fan used his hand to slap the wooden door. After the time it took to make a cup of tea, a scolding voice came from behind the door. So annoying. Can't you let people sleep? They only open after the first month. Go look at another inn. 10 taels of silver per night. Here's the banknote. Yi Fan said as he took out a banknote worth 100 taels of silver from his bosom and stuffed it through the gap in the door. Money makes the world go round. As soon as the banknotes were stuffed in, the door panel was opened from the inside. A person with a face full of smiles appeared. Dear customer, please wait a moment. It will be ready soon. After that, he began to remove the remaining panels of the door. After everything was packed up, Yi Fan stepped into the inn. Are you the boss? Yi Fan asked as he sized up the inn. Even though the entrance of the inn was small, the interior was clean and the decorations were not bad. You have a good eye, sir, the man said with a smile as he closed the door. Where are the others in the inn? Yi Fan walked to a table and sat down. He looked around the inn and asked, The waiter and chef have gone home for the new year. After the innkeeper closed the door panel, he poured a cup of tea for Yi Fan and handed it to Yi Fan. My wife took the child back to her mother's home and will only be back after the first month. Now that I'm the only one in the inn, I have nothing to do. What's your surname? Yi Fan asked after taking the tea. My surname is Qian. Dear customer, you can just call me Old Qian, the innkeeper said with a smile. Then I will have to trouble boss Qian for the next few days. Yi Fan said as he took out a banknote worth 100 taels of silver and handed it to the innkeeper. Please send all the food into the room and get me a bath. Also, don't let anyone know that I'm staying here. If you do this well, I will reward you handsomely. Don't worry, dear customer. Don't worry. The innkeeper took the banknote and bowed. He smiled like a flower. This humble one will keep my mouth shut. Even if a knife is to my neck, I will not reveal a single word. Dear customer, please rest assured. In the blink of an eye, he had received 200 taels of silver. In this small border town, it could be said to be a large windfall. He saw that Yi Fan was generous and had a good appearance. He thought that perhaps he was a young master from a wealthy family who had nothing better to do and was afraid that his family would find him, so he came to his inn. Thinking of this, he did not dare to offend him. Dear customer, you must be tired. I will bring you upstairs to rest. After that, I will get you a bath and prepare your meal. Okay, Yi Fan replied. The innkeeper immediately went up the stairs and led the way. Yi Fan followed behind and came to a room with the word heaven written on it. Dear customer, we have arrived. This is the best room in the inn. The innkeeper said as he opened the door. I will get you a bath. Okay. Yi Fan walked into the room. The innkeeper immediately closed the door and went downstairs to get water. As soon as the door closed, Yi Fan immediately fell onto the bed. His seriously injured organs were hurting so much that his face turned pale. He had been pretending that nothing had happened. In fact, he had been in so much pain that he was sweating all over. It was just that the innkeeper did not notice. After a while, the hot water was ready. In order to please Yi Fan, the innkeeper deliberately scattered flower petals in the water. Dear customer, the water is ready. Please take a bath first. I will go and prepare your meal. The innkeeper said as he left the room. Yi Fan, who was lying on the bed, saw the innkeeper leave. He immediately sat up from the bed and took off his clothes as fast as he could. Then, he impatiently jumped into the steaming hot wooden tub. Although he could move now, his organs had been damaged by the cold. What he needed the most now was heat. The heat flowed through Yi Fan's limbs and bones, entering every pore. Yi Fan immediately felt as if he was a piece of ice that had been exposed to sunlight, slowly melting. He comfortably leaned against the wooden tub, allowing the heat to flow through his 8 extraordinary meridians. As the heat spread, the pain in Yi Fan's 5 viscera and 6 bowels was greatly relieved. His dantian was also much more comfortable than before. However, the spirit energy in his dantian was completely gone. The spirit energy there had been completely neutralized by the cold energy of the snake shadow sword. If it wasn't for the spirit energy blocking the cold energy, his dantian would have been destroyed. Yi Fan soaked in the wooden tub until the water was not so hot before he came out. At this time, he had been soaking for an hour. His body had recovered greatly, and his complexion was much better than before. However, his organs were still seriously injured. It was not something that could be healed by a simple hot bath. Dear customer, Yi Fan had just put on his clothes when he heard the innkeeper gently knock on the door. Dear customer, come in, Yi Fan said. The door opened, and the innkeeper carried 2 food boxes into the room. Young master, the food and wine are ready. As the innkeeper spoke, he took out the food and wine from the food boxes and placed them one by one on the table. These were all made by this lowly one. I do not know if they are to young master's liking. In a short while, the table was filled with 8 hot dishes, 2 cold dishes, and a jar of wine. It's fine, you can leave. I will call you if I need anything, Yi Fan said. Other than the 3 meals, do not disturb me if there is nothing else. Yes, yes, yes. The innkeeper immediately replied. This lowly one will be downstairs. If young master needs anything, please tell me. Finished speaking, he left the room and closed the door. Seeing the table full of food, Yi Fan finally felt that he was hungry. However, he did not immediately move his chopsticks. Instead, he took out a small ingot of silver and dipped it into all the food and wine to prevent being poisoned. Right now, he was a wanted criminal by the imperial court. Although this was a small border town, and it would take at least 3 or 4 days for the imperial court's orders to reach here, it was better to be safe than sorry. It was necessary to be more vigilant. The silver ingot was still shining and did not turn black. Yi Fan was still not reassured. He took a little bit of each dish and put it into his mouth. It had to be known that the sleeping pills could not be tested with silver. He did this to be on the safe side. Even if there was a sleeping pill, such a small amount would not cause him to fall asleep. After the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, Yi Fan did not feel any discomfort. Only then did he relax and eat. The innkeeper's cooking was not bad. The food and wine were very exquisite, but Yi Fan tasted like wax. He was eating to recover his strength and think of a way to save Fujiwara no Chico. He was not in the mood to taste the delicious food. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.